Previously, in the Age of Ashes. Nothing of real import happened last week. This time, however, they got word of another totem by sacrificing their friend. The top right shoulder of her gown has been burned, and the skin underneath has been blasted completely black.
I was struck by lightning.
You were struck by lightning?
I came across another of those totems and barely able to escape. The thing was yellow. Saw Renali for whatever the things do and chaunt her with another one of these blasts.
Oh dear.
Poor thing.
Heading down to dismantle this wooden fiend, they fought perilous resistance. The first note you get of this thing even being here at all is the blast.
I will totally pick it up.
Have the tarp again.
Right. So run in a leap and just try to swaddle the top of this thing.
You see the crackling energy in the eyes. Fizzle dark, as too do the runes. And truly, it started to weigh upon them just how long they'd been on this expedition. Not everyone's so prepared for a safari, you know? You are awoken several times by the greatest calling a man can possibly receive.
The diarrhea.
Yes, and it is very urgent. She seems to be getting tired. It's been some time. I guess this isn't wrong. You've been through the trackless jungle here for near 2 weeks. And as she spins her silks and puts this all together, even the silks that she's providing, now you know their source, seem to be duller and more listless themselves. Almost frayed in some places. She has all of her grand silks prepared to string you up your base to the trees.
And now the mystery is solved.
Tavalia's growing horror.
I think we all know where the silk comes from now. It's her butt.
But we just covered that.
You meet up with her later in the evening. And, well, funny bonus clips aside. When last we left our companions here, when last we left Team Action Team, or the Hob, I guess is what we decided to go with. If we're sticking with that one.
Well,
when last...
Decisions by committee. There you go.
We were paying a visit to the DMV.
We were sleeping, actually, is
I was awake.
what was happening, except for Resme. Resme was awake, taking her shift on watch. And fortunately was just able to notice a few massive sloth-like creatures coming down from the canopy above. So we are actually just heading directly into this. Here is Renali and Valia, because you were kind of all here sleeping. And I have nothing. This encounter right here has actually been the tipper to me finally buying the actual Age of Ashes Bestiary Pawn box, because I have nothing that even remotely resembles a sloth that comes in the large size category. So here is the jungle drakes from earlier.
Hey,
Enjoy. That's what we work with. What we have.
As you all wake up, you see that Resme is actually playing Cat's Cradle, and you realize that this is what she does on watch now to keep her spell fingers nimble.
And as you wake up, also, you see an additional villain point come forth from the chest here.
A star twinkles out of the sky in the middle of the night.
You can't call me that. It's
How's the
politically
villain
incorrect.
point pool doing? One better now, probably. Thank you, Grizz Darkfang. I will absolutely take this immediately to do stuff.
Notice you had more than just one in your fingers when you did that.
Well, I have 3 of them total.
Oh, okay,
This
you're
is
fanning
my-
them
this
out.
is my
Okay, I
stash.
got you.
Yeah,
I got
I
you.
have all of this.
Let me
I will
just
get
take
one.
one.
Yeah. Clink, 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 clink.
One villain. So, as you awaken and you look up, you see 2 of them up in the trees above you. Up the trunk a ways, about 20 feet up off of the ground, from where the group of you were sleeping, just suspended from Renali's silk, a little, like a negligible distance, a few inches above the ground, just to keep you off of where all the insects and the bad things live. And I believe at the end of last session I misspoke because, or perhaps, well, we'll go ahead and say that you'd only seen 2 of them at the moment. But as we go to roll some initiative here, there is definitely also a third coming down as well, which is, I guess, a roper, because I have one of those and it's large.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
It's got noodly bits coming out of it, so they're like sloth hands.
Do I have time to recall knowledge since I see them first?
You do not. You are. The watch is seeking largely, to stop them from
I bet you if we stab
grabbing
them,
people
I
before
bet you if we
stuff
stab them,
happens.
they'll leave.
So, give me some initiative, everybody.
That's about right.
I'm good at this initiative.
Do we get the automatic scouting?
You.
I don't know.
That's my feat. Anytime you roll a perception, or anytime I'm going to roll a perception for initiative, everybody else gets +1.
Well, it's amazing that Esmus is so good at this. He can actually keep everyone on their toes while he's literally asleep.
Actually, the way I picture it is he's just going, it's coming. Every 3 minutes while he's in his sleep. Get ready.
Incredibly light sleeper. It's possible
coming.
he actually reacted to this faster than you did.
Basically,
even as you were waking
his
up.
restless sleep just makes all of us sleep less well. Is basically
There you go.
We just all have agita.
And Rabbot, hashtag Robbot. I did that last time too. That's right. Robbot. Hashtag because I haven't given one to him yet, and I can't wait to see what silly thing he spends this on.
That's all I spend them on is silly things.
That is accurate so far, but we may have an actual situation here. All right, Aspis, the lightest sleeper known to Galarian. Jackson. What'd you get?
I have a 35.
Alrighty. How about Buddy?
33.
Alrighty. And Rur?
25.
How about Resme?
27.
How do 2 people who are literally asleep react faster than you? Dalren?
I told you I was playing Cat's Cradle.
Hard one.
so 16.
I just sit up, danger, and Buddy just sits up, Esphus is in danger.
Yeah. Exactly.
Dalrin just rolls over.
Yeah, I don't
5
care.
more minutes.
Danger can wait. I need
So
sleep.
as you are here in your camp at night, you've got the entire team with you. Renali
He's also
coming
asleep.
in with the spectacular 14. Also very, very asleep. And Valia with a 33.
hate her
so-
so much.
Why?
She has to outdo everyone.
She didn't outdo everyone. Esmus, you got
35.
35.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Esmus beat her.
Esmus.
That's not an outdoing. And then let me get some slots in here. As they descend, we'll start with Roper Sloth.
-1. Because
Rope-
they're sloths.
Roper Sloth has a 32.
I got 33.
Oh, you got 33.
Yeah.
Well, stop playing with yarn.
Green Dragon Sloth also has a 32.
Value
He's getting
is
all of his hard
33 is-
20s out of the way early.
And Blue Dragon Sloth also has a 32.
I'm glad that was the initiative and not attack rolls.
Wow, what are the odds? That seems incredibly unlikely. I rolled the exact
Would you
same
like me
thing
to actually
3
tell you?
times in a row. No, it's okay.
Okay.
Thinking about it now, though.
I'm 100%.
All right, Esvis.
Well, the odds are apparently.
Esvis and Valia here, sleeping on a razor's edge. You awaken to see what almost look like knives or swords, perhaps, drawn at you. Long, almost foot-length claws reaching down a brown furred arm from the darkness up above, just barely lit by, I'd imagine, the light spell you probably use to
Make it so that I can actually see things.
yeah, make so you can actually see things as a solid one.
Okay, so grand. And are they 20 feet up above us, or
20
are they
feet up above the ground, yeah.
above the ground? Okay.
Yeah, and you're basically at ground level. You're not a meaningful distance up in the silks. You're just off the ground. So either, I guess.
Okay. Well, while still on my back, this worked in the castle, so I'm going to try it here. I will reach over to my pack real quick and grab my bow and knock 2 arrows real quick. Hunt prey, because I can see it. And from the ground, I'm going to use hunted shot, just kind of like...
He sleeps this bow like a teddy bear.
Yeah, pretty much. So, does that give me a penalty to the attack roll being prone, or
I believe prone is a -2 to attacks, yes.
-2 to attacks? Okay. All right. So first attack.
You can only really half draw it.
Yeah,
Ground's
you can
behind
only
you.
draw your thing so far.
That's true. So my first attack is a 31.
All right, a 31 will hit. The thing's just kind of over you, reaching down.
And the second one, it's probably definitely a miss. So that's going to be 18.
18 is in fact going to fly wide.
Okay. All right, so 2 arrows. One just sinks into one of the long knives that's reaching down for me, and the other one sinks into the paw for a total of 7 points of piercing damage.
All right, so the first arrow strikes into this hand, just barely able to see up. They're honestly as high up as they are in a distance that you are from Resme, barely visible up in the darkness. You can see just the glimmering of what appear to be shining teeth. This thing looks pretty massive, whatever it is it's reaching down. It just barely flinches back a bit like it's a thorn in its hand as your arrow strikes.
Oh.
And Valia, awakening, realizing something is very wrong at the sound of alarm, also reaches down to grab her rapier and looks up briefly and sees how far away everything is. And then looking around the group, she sees Renali and Talren just laying there, snoring, and she's going to reach over and just shake. Renali, wake up! We're under attack! And kind of take a defensive posture with her rapier up, really unclear what to do to something up in the trees. Buddy.
So I throw back my covers, happen to be totally naked because it's hot outside. And I
Put on
grab
your
my
hat.
shield, and I jump out of bed, and I'm going to run and in between Dalren, Esvis, and Rur, and then kind of raise my shield up on top of them, just easy breezy over here, guys. Sorry, miss, and I'll just shield up. So I have my shield. I didn't have it. Don't have my armor.
Your weapons
but
are all over there. You just...
There's a reason why the women are on this side of the table now.
Here's the worst part. I'm laying down. I have a bird's eye view of
I'm
everything
also-
that's going on.
I'm also crouching over you, so you really have never have time.
The sloths are not the only things dangling tonight.
I think I'd like to die, please.
Well, as Buddy shows up here, this thing's hand flinches back a little bit before it continues down, trying to reach past Buford's shield towards Esvis as he is laying on the ground. And this claw is going to sweep down between Buddy over you and the arrow strike, and it's going to get a 21. You're prone, so it's flat-footed.
Yes, that will hit.
And he will, what a beautiful little elf down there. I don't know if I really want to be hitting this elf, so I'll try and Glimpse of Redemption this.
And as you run over and kind of illuminates the whole camp of you, its claws, while they were reaching slowly down, as Esvis wakes up and reacts, snatch in a flash, almost like a praying mantis. And it seems like it's so fast it doesn't even get a moment to consider this glimpse before it's already grabbed Esvis, pulling him 20 feet up into the darkness. So this is a -8 on the damage that it does?
Yes.
Alrighty, it is going to hit you for 21 as it grabs on -8, so 13.
Is that with the -8?
So 13 damage, and as you get pulled up into the darkness towards these glimmering fangs, the thing picks you up, almost hugging you into some warm, damp fur, and you just feel jaws close around you.
Yum.
It's not particularly painful, and it's not nearly as aggressive and quick as the claw swipe. It doesn't feel like it's biting and ripping into you. This feels closer to what the small bat fiends from the other day had done. It bites almost gently, and as it does, you are going to become a drained one. And you're going to lose
No.
They're vampires.
Vampires.
Sloths.
6 max health as it drinks some of your blood.
Iron Man.
The other ones nearby are going to reach down for their prey as well. One claw lashing down towards Rur for a 33.
That crits.
And as he grabs and picks you up, you are going to take 38 damage.
Ugh.
And you're going to see Rur disappear up into the trees as well as it picks him up. And you're going to feel something very similar, a strange ginger bite, and you're drained 1 as well. And the third, having been reaching down for Buford, as you kind of run off, just turns a little bit to reach for the glowing light source instead. And a claw snatches down towards Resme for a 35.
Yeah. That will crit me.
That one's going to hit you for 42. Yank you up into the trees, and you'll be drained 1 as well.
Did it only take her head, or is like did it get the rest of her also?
Oh God.
So as 3 members of your party
Are dead.
disappear up into the trees, as Resme gets yanked up, the light going with her, you can get a better view of what's up there. These creatures, though they look somewhat sloth-like, almost seem to be all limbs, barely even having a torso connecting them. Incredibly long legs and arms, sort of awkwardly wrapped around the branches and trunks of trees. Each of them having picked up one of the members of the party to just slowly suck them dry, like some kind of massive mosquito through their fanged maw. And again, the light of Resme's magic glimmers, shimmering off of their fangs, almost like it would swords or armor, more than it would something natural. Their hands and feet topped with these foot-long, enormous talons that move in a blinding flash when they strike, but they're now all kind of just hanging up there. Monchin,
I am not a Capri Sun.
Resme.
Okay. Resme was definitely not expecting that.
I got some extra grab cards for everybody too.
So Resme has just been on watch. She was playing Cat's Cradle, having a nice time, woken out of her sleep, and almost killed and yanked up into a tree. Is going to give a scream of surprise and horror, and then in panic mode is gonna cast Shockwave at this thing to hopefully throw it back and throw her out of the tree.
Okay, so give me your, you got a flat check because your grapples. It's kind of hard to put the motions in for this.
19.
Okay, you're good. And then, is that a roll for you or a save from him?
It's a save for him.
All right, what kind of save?
Reflex.
So as you pull this together and start to cast, you would see this thing that's holding on to Resme let go with his mouth and jerk down almost instantly. When these things move, they move in a flash. Most of the time, they're relatively still, but their motions are explosive. He's going to get a 21. Not great because he's
That's
holding on to you.
Going to fail.
Okay.
And he is going to fail. He's gonna fall prone, and he's may let go of me, but he's gonna go he's going to go prone.
Oh no.
He's
So
gonna
he
get flung back and go prone.
He gets flung back too.
Well, he just falls down.
He just falls down.
As you blast him with this, as he's kind of hanging onto the tree with a couple legs in one hand, I'm gonna make an athletics check for him here because I know if he's flying, you lose altitude, but he's kind of clinging to a tree here. He's absolutely gonna lose his grip on the tree, and Resume, as quick as she goes up with a quick spell and a blast, the light comes back down to the ground with this massive sloth creature as they both crash into the ground. You are both going to take 10 bludgeoning damage from the fall.
You still up? Are you out?
I'm almost dead.
And you're both prone.
Cool. She will.
He still has you in his hand. He just fell out of the tree.
I'm still grappled.
You're still grabbed.
I'm going to attempt to roll away using his surprise and hitting the ground. I'm hopefully that it's going to loosen his grip a little
Right.
and just let me roll away from him. And I'm going to extinguish the light so that he can't find me. No, never mind. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to roll away because he can probably see me.
These nocturnal hunters will never see me now.
Yeah, exactly. Never mind. I'm guessing if that's an athletics check.
It's athletics or acrobatics or an unarmed strike. You have a lot of options for the escape action, actually.
That's a 16.
Yeah, with a 16, this thing is just so large that it can fit one whole clawed paw almost around you entirely, and it seems near impossible for you to struggle
And
away.
Resume looks near dead.
Well, falling 20 feet will do that.
No, she was like near dead before that.
It's pretty good. All right.
The claw's hooked through her collarbone, you see. And
There's a claw coming through your shoulder. Rur.
So just to make sure for the sake of spells, we fought the bat things earlier this same day, right?
Yeah. I can actually figure that out real fast because we can hop back over to the hex map. I believe this is the day after.
I think
It
it
is
is
I think
the day
it's the day
after.
after.
Thank
It is in
God.
fact the day after.
Thanks,
yes.
Aaron Ray. All right, recall knowledge first.
Alrighty. What is your society?
10.
So these things up here. Why can't I find DC? There you go. These things up here look, strangely enough, more akin to Chiruka than they do to a jungle beast. They are humanoid creatures, and though you don't know exactly what they are, they almost seem like a jungle breed of vampire. They look largely like sloths. They are very, very fast, blindingly quick, a tree-dwelling race that is a nocturnal predator who does exactly this. Comes up from above and uses their incredibly long arms to just snatch whatever prey they have up from the ground. And you don't know a whole lot about them that isn't apparent from what they've done so far. Other than the fact that the only reason there's any real information about them is because their fangs, their jaws, are literally metal. Their teeth are cold iron. They're not bone.
We're dealing with Chiruka vampire hybrids.
Things.
That's all I really know about them. Get away from them.
Down from the trees.
Yeah. And then I'm going to
Ooga,
attempt
what?
to cast command.
They hurt.
That's a 12. I succeed. I'm going to tell him to put me down and go as far away as he can.
Please stop.
Please stop. Put me down
He's
first.
going to get a 23 on his will save.
He succeeds, so I guess he's just going to put me down.
Okay, fair enough. That leaves you one action left. Oh, you recall. Never mind.
Yeah.
Dalren finally awakening to the screams of Resume going up and then back down.
What? Grab the geese off.
Are you naked too?
No, but probably not wearing the armor though.
Yeah,
Just-
I don't think anyone's got their armor on here.
All right. And he fell down literally right next to me, actually. So.
He did. He is right next to you on the ground.
Halunga.
That's probably what woke you up, realistically.
So, let's see. All right. Get him off Resume. That's important. Yes. All right. Grab this. No time to get up. Just flip it. Rage. Stab. I sleep with a monocle on.
Does the monocle have a little nightcap on it?
No, it's like a little like shade.
All right,
Okay.
He is prone.
But so am I.
That's fair. So I guess it's a watch. You're -2. He's got a -2.
That's only a 2 on the die. So that's gonna be.
It's gonna be a reroll.
You think it's gonna be?
Yeah,
Tell him
I
what to
really
do with his
do.
rerolls.
That's fair, I guess. Sure, I'll let you bully me into that. Oh, I will roll this die.
That's a good sign.
Good sign.
Yeah, actually, that was a good sign. That's gonna be a 32.
Hey, 32. Is that with your prone -2?
That is without my prone -2.
Okay.
It's also without his.
They do
thing.
cancel each other out because, like, 'cause if that was with your prone -2, that's a critical hit. But that just barely won't crit. That's going to connect.
Okay, so without my prone
Because
and without his flat
it's a
AC,
30 versus his flat-footed, right?
Right.
Because if it was that number versus his flat-footed, it was a crit.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I got you.
I understand.
So that's gonna be 13, 8, 21 lightning damage.
A solid blast as you stab your geese arm through to him. And then Renali looking up on the ground here. Probably also to Resme and a giant sloth slamming down next to her. Startles and stands up immediately, sees you there, and instantly drops her human guise into her spider form and just reaches out for the arm that is grabbing you to bite it right back.
Thanks.
Renali is going to get a 27, so she is going to hit. And as she bites into this thing, give me one.
Thank you very
Moment.
much.
Mm-hmm.
She bite.
She bite. Sheep attack.
I have her stats open right here.
She attack.
But most importantly, she want her resume back.
I thought you were going to say we are the snack.
She's going to bite him for 14,
Nice.
and he is going to make a fortitude save against spider poison.
Booters.
Which he is going to pass pretty easily. Renali's venom is not really anywhere near potent enough to have any kind of proper effect on this giant creature. But she's biting into it as it's grabbing Resme. And Esvis, you have a buddy over it. Well, he had a buddy over it. He flew past that very quickly.
Let go of me, you nasty, disgusting. Ugh. Just try to acrobatics my way out of its grasp. For a 31.
A 31 will succeed. You will escape, which does then cause you to fall 20 feet back down
Perfectly
to the ground.
perfectly
So you
fine with
can
that.
attempt. There is an action. Is just a basic action actually to grab an edge. It's even a reaction, so it doesn't even take one of your actions to attempt to grab part of the tree as you're falling to stop from falling all the way down to the ground because it's a massive jungle canopy. You've got plenty of stuff to grab onto here,
Okay.
if you so wish.
Yes, I'll spend the reaction to do
And
that.
that is a reflex save.
Okay.
That's a pretty cool mechanic. We've never dealt with that one before.
Yeah, it actually hasn't come up yet.
So just after managing to kind of kick out of this thing grip, just trying to reach over towards another part of a tree to latch on and slow my fall. 18.
It's a pretty thick jungle canopy, honestly, so finding something to grab onto is not terribly difficult. So with an 18, before you fall too far, about 10, 12 feet up above the ground, you'd be able to catch yourself on a branch, leaving you with 2 actions left.
Am I still technically in melee with this thing?
You could fall far enough. It's up to you whenever you wanted to grab a branch, because whenever you have control over that, because you're the one who's catching your fall.
Okay. If I can, I was gonna try to get myself to the floor. I wanted to not. I'll catch myself on a branch to stop. So what I'll do is it's a 10-foot drop.
If you fall more than like 10 feet, yeah, you're past most of the branches and you're going the rest of the way to the ground.
Okay, well I'll just as an action I will try to control a descent. I'll spend an action to control my descent down to kind of like slide
Okay,
against the
so
tree.
yeah, to grab it and then slide down back to the ground. All right.
Okay,
Fair
so
enough.
now, how far does light extend? So I still have low light on this thing.
The flight extends 40 feet,
But I
so
have
he
reach.
would. Yeah, he would. Well, Reach doesn't affect where your light.
Yeah,
goes
I
to.
understand. Oh,
so
sorry, I
they would be on the very edge of what she's illuminating, and your low light would let you see them perfectly fine.
Okay, that's fine. Then with this prey, I am going to.
What about you cast it on
Yeah,
something
just
further
casting
away?
range is what it does,
Oh,
not
that's
area
right.
of effect expand.
You're right.
I'm going to skirmish strike, so I'm going to shoot and step. Try to get as back away from this thing as I can,
Just casually step on Dalrin.
and nearly step on Dalrin as the lightning crackles behind me. So I'll take a shot. 31.
31 will hit.
All right. This is one of the unfortunate things about volley. For 13 points of piercing, just put it right back in the paw that had me.
Stop it.
He's slowly drawing a happy face in his palm.
All right, so Valia, awake now with also a target that is laying on the ground and flat-footed to her. Immediately
Rogue.
doesn't even really seem to react to Renali's transformation. She's in go mode, and she is locked in a target here. She is going to lunge forwards towards this fallen creature. And she is going to lash out with her rapier. And she is going to get a 32, which versus this flat-footed is going to critically hit.
Hey, she's
Way to
standing
go.
up.
She is not prone. And that strike. Another d6. She's getting stabby up in here. Rapiers are rapier's deadly.
Deadly?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
deadly.
Yes, they are.
D8.
Deadly
Deadly
D8.
So I need a d8 in here too. Gonna poke it. Rolling
That's what
5
she
dice
does.
right now.
That's a lot of
Okay,
dice, man.
So that's 10. That's 7. So that's 17.
Almost as many as I do on a fireball.
The 8 doesn't double, so that's 24. I just rolled all the. That's before. Okay, and that's 24. The 16 minus this d8, so 24 plus 16 is 40. All right, so she
That's like the math symbols.
rogue crits because like all these because sneak attack multiplies, so like all these d6s and her base damage multiplies, but this 8 on the d8 doesn't multiply. So she's gonna stab her for 40 damage as she steps forward.
Woo!
Nice.
Which is just actually still not going to be enough to stop this writhing creature here. So she's gonna strike it again.
Do it.
The second swing, much less effective. And after putting her all into this one solid strike, the second one is just going to kind of catch some skin, not really doing much of anything. And she looks around and sees the situation to the right of her. What are these things? How many are there?
There appears to be 3, and it's 1 too many.
Buddy.
I'm going to see Resume's down. She looks really bad. I'm gonna rush over to her, reaching an arm down, lay on hands, just to try and sew up some like gaping wounds across her chest.
Why are you naked and touching me?
No, sorry, miss. Don't worry about it.
Don't tell Bonnie.
And then I'm going to crouch over her with my shield.
Oh, well safe.
That Sloth still has his hand around her, but you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and just like try and kind of
All right. So how much does that heal?
12.
Is it on 18 now?
It's just heightened plus heightened 1.
It's be a third level. You're 6, so it'll be a third level.
Oh,
right
increases by 6. Okay.
So yeah, so you get 18 health
18.
back.
Nice.
I'd also give you a plus 2 to your AC, I believe.
Yeah, next round you get
Nice.
plus 2 AC, but only for 1 round.
It will never heal the mental trauma.
You still have an action left if you're running over.
No,
and
because I shielded.
Oh, but
that
you
was
shielded,
the crouch.
sorry.
Yeah.
All right, and then the sloths here. Facing this attack, this sloth is going to let go of Resume and turn its attention to Valia. And it immediately just opens its maw as it's still on the ground, kind of scrambling to upright itself, lurching up like some horrific lanky creature looming 12 feet over, bites with its jaws as it rights itself. He is going to get a 37, and he's going to crit her right back.
And I'm going to try and wedge my shield in between them with Shield Warden.
Okay, what does that do? I don't remember exactly.
It's just a shield block.
Oh, so you're just
For her.
blocking.
Shield
Yeah.
block for other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, as
So,
it bites,
and then I take the damage.
as you reach over and kind of throw yourself in front of all of you here, it's going to bite for 24 damage.
Okay.
But its cold iron jaw is actually managing to rend through your shield decently well.
Okay. So how much was that again? Sorry.
Just 24.
24. Okay, so I take 10 less.
And then it is going to, clearly pretty desperately injured, shoot back up into the trees and out of sight in a near instant, disappearing completely into the darkness and the canopy above. Rur, you are still being held on to, aren't you?
Yes.
So this thing is going to just kind of continue.
Command.
Oh, right, command. It's just going to drop you. All right, so you're just going to fall through the trees. You can attempt to grab a branch as well, or you can just drop all the way to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, might as well attempt.
Yeah, go for it.
No reason not to try. It's acrobatics, right?
Reflex.
Reflex.
Reflex. Oh, even better. Not a
might-
joke. That much better. That is a 22.
All right, so you
I'm
can.
going to pull the Esphus, catch myself about 10 feet down, and then drop the rest of the way.
Well, the dropping and climbing down later is like an action for your turn.
Yeah.
If you want to catch yourself and just drop, you're still going to take 5 fall damage and land prone.
Yeah, I'm catching myself for now.
So yeah, so you're hanging on a branch here.
Not going to smack into the ground.
He's just gonna reach back down. He wasn't done with that yet, please, sir. And he is going to get a 34.
That is a crit.
So as he is not... Oh, it is still above you. It is absolutely still above you. So it's just going to smack back down like a praying mantis again. A flash of claws, dealing 42 damage to you as well, and snatching you right back up into the tree.
So I'm unconscious now.
Snatching your unconscious body right back up into the tree. And then the last one, which is also not currently grabbing anyone because Esphus has managed to get free, is going to climb down the trunk a ways, coming down closer to you before it just swipes kind of wide with its clawed arm, trying to pick you back up as well. It's going to get a 30.
That will hit.
And this little swipe's actually only going to do 9 damage to you. But it is going to grab you again.
Okay.
So it's now down with it. It's just on the trunk of the tree near the ground, hanging on with its legs in one arm and hanging on to Esphus with the other. Resme.
Resme, seeing the... Can I see that Rur is unconscious in his arms, or is he too far up?
Well, realistically, you'd see him drop down and grab a branch and just, he just disappears back up to the edge of the light. You have low light vision, right?
Yeah.
So you would probably be able to make out just barely at the edge of what you can see at all that Rur's just gone limp in this thing's hands.
I'll yell out, Rur's in trouble! And then she'll focus her eyes in and whisper Temporis. And that energy of slowed air will blast out at this thing.
And then the one holding Rur is going to get a 28 on his will save.
That is going to pass, but he will still be slowed 1 for 1 turn.
All right.
So he will still have 1 less action next turn to hopefully not beat on Rur as much. And then Resme on the ground will go, Blockus, and will shield herself.
Dalren.
Oh, goodness gracious. He'll kind of spin up to his feet, kind of scan in the air. That one that went up into the trees will probably come back down. But in the meantime, so Dalren is going to have to try to go get Rur. This thing is 20 feet up in the air.
So 20 feet up.
Okay.
Up a trunk, yeah.
I have a geese arm
Okay.
that can trip and has a nice hook on the end of it with a 10-foot reach.
Okay.
So if I can kick off the tree, I might make enough height with my overhead swing to try to hook this thing and yank
So
it. So I'll let you tell me about that.
You cannot superhero jump natively in second edition.
Mm-hmm.
You can do some crazy logs. We found this out in Extinction Curse because the jumping mechanics can't pull out from Lizard Man. It is a flat.
Very disappointingly
Yeah.
short.
You can jump. You can clear 3
3
feet.
feet.
Is how high vertically you can jump, and you can attempt to double that to jump 6 feet with a flat DC 32 athletics check.
Okay.
So,
Dalren.
however, you only need to make it 10 feet.
I'm going to say Dalren is about 6'3" high, and he has his arms over his head. That might get him another couple feet, and I have it 10 feet.
reach. So yeah, you've only got to get up a little bit.
So I might be able to do it just with a straight jump if you want to just add up height and reach.
Give
or
me
you can just have me roll dice.
I think well, I like dice better than math.
Okay.
So you run to kick off this tree. Give me an athletics check, because you really don't have to get that much height.
That is a 26.
I would say for your running, kick off the tree, high jumping, and 1 slash is 3 actions. A 26 would get you high enough to take 1 swipe at this thing.
I'll try it, and I'm not trying to do damage. I'm actually trying to yank it out of the tree. All right.
So athletics versus its 4 DC.
Hey, that's not bad. So with striking, Geese Arm goes to 33.
A 33 will succeed.
Whew.
And as you reach up and hook this thing to pull it down from the tree, just like the first one, this creature and Rur are going to come crashing down to the ground. And the fall damage to Rur is going to bring you to
Dying
3.
Oh, God.
We went down to a crit. And you see his body just slam into the ground.
Oh god, oh god, oh
The
god.
thing's
oh
still kind of holding him. He does not look alive.
It's okay.
Necessarily.
It's okay.
So Renali, as this thing lets go of Resme, quickly turns to the party here. Asanbosam! They are 3 bloodsuckers! They hunt in packs! There could be many more! And is going to move away from this and
Bye,
run over
Brian.
towards the pile of people over on the general side. Color and Fundere! And cast up a wave of iridescent rainbow shimmering energy across the sloth on the ground and up towards the Asan Basam in the tree. But it's gonna fall just short. And this little lad here
Ooh, you rolled a 1.
it's a natural 1
Nice.
on its will save against the color spray. That said, this is the first time it's actually come up in this campaign. Well, and I think all of our second edition, which is the incapacitation trait, which is a really cool trait that I like a lot. But it means that's only going to be a regular failure because he is too strong to be so incapacitated by a simple color spray, by simple first level magics. But the nat 1 is going to mean he does fail. So he is going to be stunned. And as this wave washes over him, the sloth letting go of Rur kind of flops almost listless and limp itself on the ground. Kind of seemingly dead for the moment. But Renali, quick! He is only dazed! Esphus.
Okay. I'm going to free action, just drop my bow, and I'm near my pack. Can I interact and reach over and grab my rapier?
Yeah, you still are exactly where you started, so I
Okay.
mean, you can just grab your stuff.
All right, so I'm going to grab my rapier, and so I'm going to attempt to just stab away. So first stab for 24.
24 will hit.
Okay.
So you are... Oh yeah, he came down to you, right?
Yep.
You have a grab card? Do you feel left
Yes, I
out?
do. I
Okay,
have a grab card. I'm loved. 10 points of piercing just straight in and out of the arm, and then I'll take a second attack. Technically. I'm going to spend a session reroll on that. Because we need some damage, and I don't like being a Capri Sun. 1 one better, really? That's what you give me?
An improvement.
That is better.
Technically, yes.
Categorically better.
19 armor class.
19, that second strike is not going to make it.
Okay, and that's the end of my turn.
And Valia, having seen this thing disappear, is also going to move over with Renali. And seeing this thing, although it's prone, it's on the ground, it's still a massive, hulking, almost kind of woozy, waving pile of limbs on the ground. And the other one, oh right, he came down from the tree, so he'd actually have the color space save as well. But she's going to critically succeed, which is...
Do I need to make it because I'm in the path?
She shot it up. They're so big that she
okay.
can shoot it up over the heads of you guys. Valia, looking at this, rapier in hand, kind of quickly turns between the two of them, like she's contemplating something.
Get to Rur, now!
And just puts her rapier to her side. I can't help him, but I can stop them. And pulls her head back, takes a deep breath, and blows out a cone of freezing wind. A visible icy blast that washes across them, crystallizing across the trunks of the trees, out past as far as the group of you can even see in the distance.
Okay, wasn't expecting that.
And Sloth Uno is going to succeed. It's save. Sloth those are going to succeed as well, so they're both going to take half. And they are each going to take... I guess I could just roll 3d6 instead of 66, that's half. They are each going to take 9 cold damage as this blast washes over them. Buddy. And she does, similar to the color spray, can shoot it right over you and still hit these things because they're so large.
Okay.
I'm going to, my pack is where Valia was, right?
Right, your pack is like a squirrel, a step away from you.
Okay, so can I reach down and draw out my medicine kit?
Yes.
Backpack? I was down south.
Oh.
Yeah. And then I will move over to Rur.
Alright. As you rush in, the sloth up that disappeared into the trees does not immediately make any show of returning. You can see where it's left. There's a pretty good amount of dark, sticky blood been loosed from this thing, especially on where Volley just stabbed the Jesus out of it. It doesn't come back immediately. Brr has had a particularly bad time. And what did you...
That's a 3.
I haven't even...
Yeah.
Slow yourself, comrade. You are... I guess we already are aware of what's going on here. You've been brought down. You went down to a critical hit for dying 2, and then dropped onto the ground for dying 3, and then with the session reroll...
You have hero points.
Yeah, I used one.
No, you use session reroll.
Yeah.
You can
Just
spend
give him all the
of
hero
your points
to not
Oh, yeah.
die.
Stay-
Session
Stabilize.
reroll is counted as part of that, right?
No, it's not a hero point.
Well, you should give me your hero points. Are you gonna roll this? Are you gonna roll?
I thought I forgot about that.
I was like, slow down, because there's
I
no
was
way.
asking, is the session reroll counted with
I'm taking
this?
all of your rerolls for today.
Okay, because I figured I was gonna hand it to you and re-roll, but then I
Okay, I was
reminded me
just
that's a
making
thing.
sure. I was like, if you want to roll this, go for
No.
it. But it feels like this is the dying 3 here
Yeah.
is the most. You should probably give me all of your hero points than anything has ever been. That is the second use of them.
That's the first time that's come up. I actually forgot that was a thing.
I was like, slow down. Don't kill her when you cannot.
And I forgot, does that automatically stabilize him?
It does stabilize him,
Okay.
yes. And in fact, he's not even, he doesn't even incur the wounded condition.
Oh, cool.
So he is unconscious, but alive. Still very much in danger as he is surrounded by multiple pretty angry slots here. The one that had grabbed onto him is very much stunned by Renali's magic, not entirely cognizant of what is going on. And it takes him a good moment to really even get his senses
And he slowed
back
one.
around.
Stunned and slowed one.
But he does come to, stunned and slowed one, with one action, prone, completely blind from the color spray, but just lashes out towards where all of these sounds and attacks are coming from. And he is just going to end up flinging it complete random at somebody who is generally south of him. I'm going to just roll a d4. It's going to be Dalren. Closest one, most likely one to get swiped here.
Makes sense.
And first of all, concealment check.
Woo!
Fails it right there.
Yay.
Completely blind. A claw swipes, but you're going to be able to avoid it because he's literally just blindly flailing. The other one, however, that is still holding on to Esvis is going to bite down and suck some more. So you're going to be drained too.
Okay.
Before releasing you. And you have lost a pretty large amount of blood at this point to be actually drained too. They'll just reach down the line and swing this clawed hand at Buford instead. Swipes at you. On a villain point, that one. From Saiyan Fox 10, you know. He's not allowed to roll ones. This works. Swiping towards Buford for a 32.
And that will crit.
Yeah, he's got no armor.
No armor on. He's gonna swipe you for 34 damage
Okay.
and grab a hold of you. And Rur. Chat's not willing to let you go so easily. Destro Nets is here to put that hero point right back. And a further one from Ghost of Azan for Dalren for the reach weapon tech.
Woo!
Resume.
Resume sees that Rur is on the ground still, unconscious, and she just wants to get these things as far away from him as possible. So she is going to come to the side by the tree.
Like past Espas?
Yep, right there. And I'm going to cast Shockwave out in that direction so it doesn't catch the party, but it catches both of them.
I'm throwing a thunderous blast out. I'll make 2 reflex saves with it. One nearest you is going to get a 37.
Well, that's going to critically succeed and
And
nothing's going to
the
happen.
one further back is going to get a 37.
Oy.
That's also going to critically succeed and nothing's going to happen.
These guys are apparently a unit, and what one of them rolls, they all roll.
Nice.
But as this shockwave blasted in here, yeah, they're just... One is already on the ground and blindly flailing, and the other one is clung to the tree, and neither of them really budges from the force of your magic. Dalren.
Okay. Progress. Can Dalren, like, straddle Rur just to make it so that anyone who has to go and attack Rur has to hit him first?
Since he is pretty much an object at this point, yeah, you can step over the top of him.
That'll
And
work.
if they really wanted to, they'd still be able to swing at him. But when he gets up, he would just be, if he just becomes the conscious, he'd just be shunted into another nearby space.
Okay, perfect.
You're still a person to me.
At least Buddy's not straddling you.
Is that and so
Exactly
then,
what I was planning on doing. So you should really be thankful.
Dalren wears pants. All right. Now then, first this one, and he's just basically gonna hit the thing that's down. Is just bully it while it's dazed and blind and try to knock it out. That's a 29.
29 will hit.
It's 12. It's a 20 lightning damage.
Okay.
And second attack. Ooh, okay, that's pretty good. 27.
27 will also hit.
That's less. 16 lightning damage.
Nice.
Nice.
Alright, so you have pretty effectively stacked up 75 damage on this prone sloth beast here. At this point, it's writhing on the ground, slowly coming to its senses, being forced to as it's just beaten relentlessly by Dalren here.
Electroshock therapy.
And it is looking pretty well injured. Renali is going to take a few steps back from this, still in her spider guise, looking down to Rur and back to the party, and seeing Buford running over with his kid, just butt naked. They are too strong for my magics. I do not know what I can do.
Don't wander off. They'll pick you up.
Don't stare at B for too long.
And with that, she'll step back forward a little closer up next to Valia, kind of eyeing her a little like, well, Valia had looked at her when she showed her spider face the other day. Esmus.
I'm going to immediately book it around this big sloth to here so I can be flanking with Dalren. And I'm going to take 2 very quick stabs at this thing, try to shove the rapier straight up through the back. So a 23, not including its flat-footed.
23 will hit.
Okay.
Will hit its flat-footed.
We'll hit its flat-footed. Awesome.
This position allows you to get a somewhat hurried strike in.
Okay, so 9 piercing damage. And then the second attack. For a 23.
23 will still hit.
All right. For 9 more points of piercing. Just 2 quick jabs in and out of its back.
Both of these sloths at this point look like they are pretty well injured. Both are fairly wounded. One holding on to Buddy and one still writhing on the ground. Valia almost stumbles forward a bit, kind of seemingly even thrown off balance forward by the force of this blast she let forth. And then a rapier still coming off this side, raises up to her mouth. Oh, it's very disorienting. Let's. And takes a second to kind of blink and look at where the slots are, and sees Rur, and is going to rush up past him as quickly as she can, finding her footing pretty rapidly as she moves forward before striking down at this prone sloth.
I thought you were going to say roar.
Mercy kill.
I was even the whole time.
Isn't it also blind still?
I was blinded for 1 round, so it was stopped being blind when realized round.
Ah.
Came back around.
Top 10 Age of Ashes betrayals of all time.
And she is going to get a 32, which exactly critically hits it.
Woo!
Valia comes in with the hot dice when they're necessary.
Yeah.
What's this thing at? That's got enough health. It actually made. Maybe else gonna just carry basically all the dice that I own because rogue crits and lethal weapons, deadly weapons. All right, so that is going to be 21 doubled. Is 42, 43 damage. Is actually just not quite enough to put it down. It's a solid strike. But trying to end this thing's writhing, a second quick stab will certainly finish it off.
Hey.
Putting down the first of these creatures for good. Buddy,
Isn't it the one that I'm behind? Because that's the one that knocked me unconscious.
you go in front of it. You go unconscious.
I thought. Okay.
I'm going to try and reach over and try and pry this thing's mouth off of me so I can escape. Escape. With not a very good, I guess I could session reroll that.
Yes, I could speak.
Begrudgingly.
Fine. I wanted to
Dip
save
into
that
the
for this
dragon's
turn.
hole.
Okay, so that's much better. So that is a 30.
A 30 will manage to pry yourself away from this thing.
And then I'm going to just turn around, just kind of ignore it, and I probably get away from me.
Stop.
And, and then I'm going to try and do a medicine check on Bert.
Okay.
Yeah, this is why I saved the thing. Gosh damn it.
Darn, if only we had something else to spend to reroll
Does-
it.
No, it's for one
Halfling
per
luck
turn.
isn't an action.
No, fortune effect is once per turn.
It is once per turn.
So that does not. I do not. It's a 12.
Which I actually never even realized when we talked about it before. Yeah, you can only hero point one thing a turn.
I thought
Yeah,
That is
I
in
know. I was
each
like-
roll. It is a once per turn on fortune effects.
Yeah.
That's
See why I save
unfortunate.
all my hero points?
So they, so what'd you get?
I got a 12.
So with a 12, you reach down and you're not even positive Rur is alive anymore. Because you would not. That's not even really enough for you to be able to tell. You're not great at this, and you're kind of
Yeah.
pressured, and you just woke up.
Yeah.
It's dark.
Are you alive?
And I'm still, I'm trying not to focus on this guy right behind me, currently biting my butt cheek.
So wherever that one that had retreated up into the tree has gone, he still has not immediately made his reappearance. Rur is still unconscious. And this last one, pretty well injured, is going to look completely surrounded here and just take a rushed snap with its jaws, almost just defensive, towards Esvis, biting at you for 18 or natural one. So, and then it too is going to dart up into the trees. Again, phenomenal speed once it starts climbing.
Hmm.
And
Still
with
your prey, isn't it?
It still is.
Resume,
Um,
you also get a hero point here from Trippy Darlin for being such a doll.
Aww.
Does that put you two? Is it two? Does that put you to two? Okay, cool.
Resme, very distraught over the fact that she thinks Rur is dead, is not about to let these things get away. You'll see her body morph and change, and she'll become a black leopard, and she will leap up into the trees and try to catch that thing as it gets away.
Does it give you a climb
Yep.
speed?
It does, actually.
Oh, okay.
Well, I get +9 to my athletics.
Well, that will do you climb better, but if it doesn't give you a climb speed,
So the snake will give you a climb speed. The monkey will give you a climb
I'll
speed.
turn into an ape then, that's fine.
okay, Abe will do it.
Abe
Turns
will do
into a
it.
freaking gorilla.
I
and takes
gorilla
up in
it.
the tree. So what climb speed does that give you?
20.
Well, the 20 as you start to dart up after it, transforming and starting to climb. Even 20 feet up this trunk, you would not see any sign of the pair of them yet.
Okay.
Dalrin.
They could still be lurking about. Oh, Resume still has the light on her, doesn't she?
She does,
Yeah.
so the light's going up into the tree.
From the
Yeah.
better vantage point, can I pick out a shadow with low light vision?
Even up where she's gone 20 feet, raising it up so you can see 60 feet up into the canopy now, you don't see either of them.
Wow.
When they move, they are fast.
I was also hoping that bringing the light up here would enable you guys to be able to see them.
So, unfortunately, Resume is kind of hard to watch over, but I'm going to pull a javelin, and just lightning's going to crackle down it, and I'm just going to look around. Check on Rur. I'll keep an eye out, and I'm just going to ready a throw in case one of these things shows up again.
And Renali, with the rest of the group, they may have run. They were hurt fairly badly. And she slowly transforms from this spider, this blue-haired tarantula beast with 4 arms, back into Renali. And as she starts, the first thing she does as she transforms, her hands still kind of up and ready, is she just sort of locks her elbows each set into each other and puts her pairs of arms together to hide them as this one set of human arms.
Renali, potions are in my bag. See to Rur.
Oh, of course. And she will step forward, reach into your bag for... Are they labeled? Is it obvious?
They're as labeled as the Ekujai labeled them.
Then then she would probably recognize it. Pulls it out. First one she would grab. Are they all the same? Do you have different kinds?
I've got some lesser healing potions, and I have I have a moderate healing potion, and I have a lesser elixir of life. There's more lesser healing potions than anything else. So if she's
Alright.
gonna grab one at random, it's probably one of
Gonna
those.
hide both the D6 says the lesser healing potion.
Okay.
And as she grabs that out and puts it down to Rur, Rur is going to recover 19 health actually. A 7 and a
Nice.
7 on the 2d8.
Nice.
Nice.
And finally wake up on the floor here. And then Esphus.
I don't know where they've gone. I can track the one. But vertically, that'll be different. Is there any way I can do some kind of survival check since it is my prey to see if I can try and take a guess as to where it could have gone, or...
You now with the light raised up a decent amount above the jungle floor here. Give me a survival check.
Okay. plus 2 because it's my prey. So a total of 20.
With a 20, you can see that in their haste with their massive size, they are maybe perhaps somewhat clumsy creatures. Maybe they were just desperately wounded and didn't care. It's not terribly difficult to see where they went. And the first one that had retreated looked like he shot a large way up that trunk before broken branches and slashed vines imply he just swung off away through the canopies about 40, 50 feet up south away from the group. The other one seems to have gone the same direction. Back towards almost the southeast, rather, almost along the river rather than across to the swampy side. But they have apparently both just bolted.
I think they're gone. They've left behind a lot of damage, but they're gone to, you said the southeast of us or the south?
Yeah, like the down where the river, because the river kind of turns a bit
Okay.
back down southeast. It looks like they've largely gone that direction.
They're following the river. Get Rur up. We're getting out of here.
Yes. What time is it? How close till dawn?
At this point, it would be around 6 in the morning. So it would have been one of the last shifts. And
It actually would have been coming up to my shift.
yeah, the sun would be coming up before terribly long.
Can I smell them anymore? Because I have imprecise scent when I'm in this
I
form.
assume it's like 30 feet, so you wouldn't.
And I can't see them.
Well, your light goes 40 feet. Your light's the furthest sense that you have, and you don't see. You can't see them at all. And even if you swung up through the trees, if Esmus
No.
directed you and you went a little ways that way, they seem to just be much, much faster than you.
No, I just want to make sure they're not anywhere near where we are right now.
Yeah, they did a quick search of the area would show you that they don't appear to be lurking anywhere nearby. If they at least have gone a few hundred yards, they have gone for as long as you care to follow. I imagine you're not going to leave the party in
No.
the darkness alone for that long. They're not waiting nearby. They're not lurking in the canopies, and they don't appear to have doubled back.
Are there any bananas up here?
From my position on the ground while she's off doing this.
Not really a banana tree kind of
Any
ecosystem here
fruit?
in the Milwaukee. There would certainly be some varieties of various fruits and whatnot up there. Banana specifically, no.
Well, I'm gonna come down with a piece of munching on a piece of fruit.
So feeling my internal bruising heal a little bit, I'm going to wake up and still in a lot of pain. I'm going to put Healer's Blessing on myself, and I'm going to do a 3-action channel across the party a few times.
Rur, I tell you what, if you don't do something like that again, I'm just gonna smack you right upside the head. And I'm gonna,
Still naked.
And I'm gonna grab Rur and just hug him as tight as I can,
Buddy.
without crushing him.
Buddy. Pants.
All right, sorry, Rur. Need to put you back down right over there. Dust you off a little bit. You'll be fine.
And as
That's
this
20 for everyone.
still in the darkness, but late enough in the night that you can see the first bits of light up in the sky. It's not pitch black. Dragons and things. Thank you for the raid. Welcome.
Welcome to the
With
party.
by your blessing, nobody just died because that was really close. Actually,
Yeah.
that was a suspicious situation. Valia, monkey with some fruit hitting a chest in the corner. Valia, as this all kind of falls silent, immediately just sits down, puts fingers through her temples against the nearby tree, and looks almost in some amount of pain. Whereas Renali was standing over her, just kind of looking. He is alive when he starts casting the magic. He is alive!
Thankfully. It was awfully close. Those creatures were devastatingly strong.
And after
No one who
buddies-
could eat that many peppers could go down so easily.
After buddies hugged him and went off to put some amount of clothes on,
You'll get a monkey hug as well.
she shakes her head. These are Sanbo-san. They are not common, terribly common anyway, but I did not know that these were their hunting grounds. I did not know this was an area.
We have some supplies. Esvis, if you think they left in haste, we could track them in the daytime, try to find their lair, burn them out of it. make the jungle safer at least.
I mean, if we're gonna be
They-
tracking down every single beast in here, we're gonna be here for months. Like, this is a jungle. There's
And
gonna
they-
be crazy things.
They do not have so much of a lair, so to speak. They are travelers.
Oh.
And they move on hunts. They have no reason to stay. They are, well, peak of predators.
Ah, so I can believe that.
Yeah, I could believe that too.
I do not think they will come back unless it is possible they seek some vengeance. They are not mindless creatures. They are more akin to this charuka than to an ape. I have even heard tell of some that could speak.
You're kidding me.
The
I mean,
depths of Mwangi are strange, and
This place is wild, man. Can you believe something like that could just walk up to you in the grocery store or something?
the belly against the tree.
what a mental image.
Yes, and that's all well and good enough. Is everyone alive?
Yeah, what's with you? That was the coolest thing I've ever seen. You're like, what, you made of ice or something?
It's a hand up. No, but no. At least it proved useful, I suppose.
Seen what exactly? I'm afraid I missed a lot of what just happened.
Don't worry about it. Lots of things happened. There was a lot of, like, flashing lights and
This is
ice going
certainly not the
everywhere.
first time any of you have seen magic. Please.
It's unusual to see magic drain someone so, though.
Yeah, is your head all right?
Well, it comes out of my mouth. It's saw the effect it had. I'm still gesturing at this point to what would be very damp trunks of trees that she'd frozen. But still, you can see where the cold had bitten into the bark of some of these and almost had the same effect that fire would, seeming to wither and near char some of it away. I suppose Minali is not the only one here who is, I guess, not entirely human, though I suppose at this point there's no part of me that isn't. What's something the wizards call them? Bloodline. Magic and blood. There's two ways to learn magic, and that is to learn it and to be born with it, and I suppose I have a bit of each.
Ah, well, that's very similar to Resme's brother, actually.
Resume's
Or
sitting there
Resme.
still
Not thinking
eating
about it.
fruit.
I keep
kind of-
forgetting which one of whether it's you or your brother that's the sorcerer and the druid.
Well, you don't know. She's never spoken to you about it.
Oh, it
fair.
doesn't know anyway. Yeah, I suppose it's something similar. Well, that's the reason I've spent much of my life studying in the wizards' colleges, trying to gain some understanding of magic itself and how it functions. Didn't want to simply let loose with a power like that that I had no want or need for, although I suppose this is the first time I've found practical application for it.
Well used then, and here, and he'll give her a water skin because it seems that she's chaps her lips every time
Sure.
she does that.
She'll take it and thank you, and drink some of it. Yes, well, at least an hour or two until sunrise, I suppose, and if it's no matter to the rest of you, I was more than happy to return to rest.
Well, at
I
the
as
very
well.
least, we should probably put ourselves back together and head out with first light. After all, we wouldn't want to dilly-dally here with
Well,
things
that
like
was
those
the plan
things.
anyway, was it not?
I suppose.
And she'll hand the water skin back to you. And she pulls her book up off her hip and just kind of looks at it. Suppose there's not much in here for introducing draconic heritage to your new traveling companions. Puts it back on her hip. It's a rare enough situation, I don't think it's covered.
Resume will transform back and be sitting cross-legged on the ground, kind of still munching on the fruit. So, you have draconic blood. Interesting.
She just nods briefly, already kind of heading back to her bedroll.
What kind of bloodline do you come from? Do you know your family history? She'll be following her.
She's
Shield looks like it got a little beaten up. Need me to put it back together for
You know, I've got much better at this, but, you know, I'm not Darwin, I'm actually Buddy.
Did I call you Dalton?
No. Though, I was
she
copying
copied
your
your voice.
accent.
She jumped into the clone mode.
Well,
mocking me?
I'm sure. I ain't gonna say no. Kind of word here or there.
Oh, well, we can work on it together if you'd like.
It's okay. You know, I want to go take a look at Esphus. Him disappearing off into the forest there means maybe he should get a sleeping companion so he doesn't just get snatched up every single time.
As much as I'm sure Esphus would enjoy the
Good.
intimate connection.
I think he'll enjoy it too,
Denali,
Esphus.
I do not. Well, I hope these are not something that we will run across in common place. We
Well, I will
are
hope.
very far from Acriville and far even from the village of the elephant people or any real tribes with a permanent residence.
Now, that being said, I think we could definitely learn from this experience about how we lay out our camp. We probably shouldn't be nearly so haphazard about it.
I can start setting up alarm again before we go to sleep.
Definitely be a good idea, and I think that perhaps we should, Esphus, Buddy, and I should carry the periphery, and everyone else should stay
She's
on the
just
inside.
kind of looking at the corpse of the one that you killed. Well, you did good catching one of them.
We did do good. Those cold iron jaws actually look interesting.
It's a
And
hell of
she,
a treat for your
Kind of
your
reaches
kids,
down
buddy.
and literally with a full hand pulls its lips back. You know of these creatures.
No, I've never seen them before, but the jaws are made of metal, clearly.
Well, it is cold iron. Some believe that it is the origin of cold iron in this world. That which is mined from the ground is ancient corpses of Asanbosan in their graves.
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. Who thinks that?
Resme raises her hand.
Where else would it come from?
Iron? Cold iron? Ore in the ground.
No,
like
no.
metal, like any other metal.
Well, a
No.
regular metal, but cold iron is different. It is imbued with the magic of the fairies.
Sure, but I suppose when dealing with the first world, jaws of monsters are certainly a viable source of anything else, I suppose.
Oh, come, Dalrin. Have you never heard that tale?
It doesn't follow the way typical metals form.
You know, I've actually been wanting some cold iron.
I'll get it. Just just even paler than normal, since probably a good 20% of my blood is gone, and just walk over, pull out the skinning knife, and just holding a mouth open and just start carving like a watermelon, trying to get the teeth out.
It's kind of like a shark jaw, this kind of thing.
Yeah, pretty
Alright,
much.
give me a survival check.
I'm gonna hero point there.
I really want
Free
these
reroll.
jaws.
Yay! Free reroll.
Fuck. This is where it goes.
Indeed. 20.
With a 20, it seems to be, well, kind of harder than you expected, since working teeth out of a jawbone is already a fairly difficult thing to do without damaging them, and now these seem to have some amount of cold iron infused into their very being. You're able to get some out successfully, some gonna be kind of damaged, lost really, and some value they may have in the process. But you're gonna end up with, I'd say, a good few handfuls of a dozen of these massive teeth.
I want to keep one in my belt buckle, so if you don't mind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dozen cold iron teeth.
Can we please have a discussion before we go any further?
Do we have to?
I'm sorry, it'll be really short.
And at
What?
the immediate distraction, Valia, as soon as you turn around from this, Valia lays down on your bedroll, turns out away from you.
Can we have a discussion about why Buddy is sleeping naked in the middle of a forest?
'Cause it's hot.
Do we have to?
But
A lot of butt.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I can possibly contribute to this conversation.
it's
I
not
mean, you
appropriate.
can sleep naked too. I don't feel like that
No.
would offend anybody.
It's just not. We have to hop up in the middle of the. And I saw and. Oh.
He used to sleep
fine.
naked when we went into the Crimson Tide Wood.
Yeah, but you guys are boys.
I failed.
Wait,
to
so why
say-
are
Now
you
it just
complaining
kind of
about a boy
looking
sleeping
at you,
naked?
confused also.
Don't don't worry about it. You know, as you grow up, you see a lot of things dangling about, and just keep on moving.
Resme will actually blush really hard and kind of drag the blanket over herself so no one can see how embarrassed she is.
It's not the only hairy thing you saw dangling.
Oh, stop!
It is just him. I saw nothing wrong.
It's parts of him that you're not supposed to see unless you're married or have a very close relationship with someone.
Why would certain parts...
It's a human thing. Don't worry about it.
Just cultural things. Typically, in northern society, people wear
Valia has
clothes.
just disappeared into the corner. But give me a craft check to fix his shoulder.
Woo! That's a 1.
You just completely miss hearing the talk of Buddy being naked.
Slowly turning the shield into a bracer, rounding it out.
Oh goodness gracious! I dished that way too much.
So, like,
Don't worry about it. It wasn't I
gotta-
missed it.
You got a 1?
I got a 1.
Okay.
That's a 14 with a fail on top of
Your
it.
shield takes 9 more damage.
Okay, I'll help you out tomorrow. It's hard to see around here.
It is dark and everyone's a little exhausted here, I suppose.
So we're not going to get a full night's sleep, so I guess we're going to be drained for the day.
You are going to remain drained, and as you sleep through what is left of the evening, if Espis is attacking in for watch here, Renali would also volunteer to look out as she is. Well, you're clearly somewhat injured. So you put out what amount of healing here?
20.
I put out 1 3 action, but I can put out more if needed.
Because I think several of you have taken a pretty significant amount of damage.
I'm back
Surprisingly,
full.
Dalrin hasn't actually been touched the entire fight.
The tides have changed where Dalrin is actually fine.
I know, it's like, huh.
I mean, between Rur and Buddy's healing, I'm only down 2 hit points, but what I want to know is do I stay drained? Like, is my hit point
You will stay drained.
threshold
Your max
lower?
health is staying
Is 6
staying
lower? Okay, that's what I needed to know.
So between whatever healing Rur has left before you lay back down, and then you're healing naturally from the rest of the remainder of the morning,
So
honestly.
38 for
By the
that.
time you awaken, everyone who had been fed upon, the 3 of you, 2 of you a bit more severely, are still going to be feeling pretty well woozy. Those things took a truly significant amount of blood from you. And this drained condition that you have now is no kind of a magical effect or anything. It is literally just raw blood loss. Even though they didn't bite particularly hard into you, their mouths are big enough and they're just full of so many teeth that slit they opened, that massive gash to drink from, you probably lost more than you realistically should to stay safe. You're not going to recover from that drained condition at all with what's left of the night. But when you get up in the morning, after your hour of preparations and whatnot, you're more than welcome to take another attempt at repairing your shield there, Buford.
Sure.
While you're running up.
Okay, so that is a 25.
Yeah, 25 will succeed. And what's your crafting proficiency?
Crafting, I am a trained.
You're a trained. All right, so you're going to restore 10 hit points
Okay,
back to the shield.
pretty good.
And
Managed to undo that big
Yeah.
dent that
You-
Dalrin put into it.
you can just continue doing that through the morning.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. I mean, it's not that low, but yeah, I could do it another time.
I think you might as well.
That is a 19.
The 19, you would succeed as well, restoring another 10 hit points.
Okay.
So while everyone is preparing their magic and readying, and you're banging out your shield, trying to get everything fixed, what is the plan for today?
Same thing we do every day, GM. Try to find another one of those stupid...
Well, I think we're heading back to
Yeah, we're heading
Ackerville.
back.
I was gonna say, are we
So-
fighting another totem?
I mean, we
or-
might run into one on the way, but it's unlikely. We're away from the river.
Yeah, so I guess we're heading north and then back west.
Okay. So I can actually put this here so we got Ackerville on, and you can see a general direction of where you're headed. Rur, I believe with your spell casting, this is the 2 hex day.
Yes.
And also, if you know you're headed back to Ackerville, you can use the spell that's bringing you to a specific donation as well.
No,
Oh, why not?
because we're not taking a direct route. We're still going to explore on the way back.
You're going on through adventures. You're not taking the mainest possible path.
If we went to here and then continued straight, yes.
So
But
you still get to move 2 today. Where are you wanting to go? Are you wanting to start this by just heading back through these already discovered hexes? or
No,
are you,
just
Like
we're
a
thinking
big
north,
arch.
north, and then west.
so you want to go up?
yeah.
Oh, this ping doesn't actually come to the fog of war layer. All right, so
Up
you
one
wanna,
and then
come up through
Up
here.
and to the left one.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then just go up through the edge of this, taking a more northern
Yes.
path around.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. What do you want Renali to do?
She could scout further up the river.
Yeah. Yep. Just check like up and to the right one.
Okay. So you guys will head off that direction, and Renali will head off that direction.
And she, not that it really matters, but she can also benefit from the spell. It's a burst around me, so.
Okay, fair enough.
Does she have to stay there, or?
No. No, this one just gives everyone around me a path that they can follow. You don't have to stay following
You
me.
have to stay following you, and they don't have to go to the same place. They
Yeah.
can seriously be going off.
The
like,
other one-
I need to go to the grocery store. You need to go to Home Depot.
Yeah.
And and we
The other one's a direct route that you have to follow the route.
okay.
What are these Home Depot things that you speak of?
That would be an incredibly useful spell in real life. Just cast
It
warning and
would.
everyone
All
can
the
get it
errands
way
get
faster.
done really quick.
Resme will use enhanced victuals this morning. I think we could all use a really, really good breakfast. So there's going to be bacon and eggs and French toast.
My hardtack
and
turned
ale
into a full breakfast.
and muffins with butter on them. It's going to be really nice. So we're drained, but at least we're not eating hardtack.
Well, not everything's terrible all the time.
So as you start to follow this path after a bit of a refreshing morning, still missing a whole lot of blood. Rur, because you're drained too still, right? You're not. Are you in
I
drain 2 club?
I didn't get sucked twice.
I'm drained too.
You're drained 2. You're both drained 1.
Because it picked me up on the second round, but it didn't
That's
get
true.
a chance to
Make
suck
me a medicine check.
Okie dokie. That's a 30.
You would know that this, well, massive blood loss is going to take your body some time to replace. That's not exactly something you're going to overcome with a good night's rest. And without some way to access, well, a literal blood transfusion, this drained condition isn't going to be reduced by 1 per day. It's going to be reduced by 1 per week.
And if you need blood, I've got some extra, and you're small, so you probably don't need that much.
Well, fortunately, we're heading back to Ackerville. It took about 2 weeks to get here, so
I don't think that a blood transfusion in the middle of a highly dangerous jungle is the best of ideas.
If anyone were to do it, I would trust you to get it right.
You could have some of my blood if you wanted to.
That is something that we could look at potentially doing once we're back safe and sound. I would not want to do it out here in the open.
I've had enough coming out of me for the last 3 days. I don't need anything else coming out of anybody else.
Oh.
Well said.
Aspis, if you need some help today or anything, just let me know and I can take point. Because
Well, honestly,
you look really
given it-
pale.
giving him the muffins has really done good. I mean, I don't know if I've seen Esmus this happy since we entered the forest.
It's true.
You
I don't know
want
if it's
muffins?
physically possible for him to be more pale, but with the drained 2 status, if
But
it is,
he's got
you-
muffins, and that
I mean,
really,
what-
I
He's got a
mean,
gray pallor.
What's your
to the
favorite
paleness.
muffin?
He just likes muffins in particular, actually.
Muleberry.
Oh.
What? Really?
Yeah, don't you know you can...
You mean you lied to Bonnie and said that she only makes mulberry muffins?
Really nothing.
Are you
Nothing wrong
saying
after a good
that you
breakfast,
lied
right?
to Bonnie?
Are you saying that berries grow on mules?
What? Hello?
You said muleberries. I'm very confused.
I'm also confused.
Is there no
That's-
reception in here? I'm not sure I heard you
The
right.
the other word that they're called by other people in Breach Hill is blackberries.
Oh, okay. I know what those are. I didn't know
They don't.
berries. Okay.
I wouldn't eat them if they did.
And I didn't lie. She burned them for an hour.
No, she didn't.
Yes,
That's
she
the way
did.
they're supposed to be cooked.
And burnt muffins. That's
Do
just
you-
wrong.
I'm gonna tell you didn't like them.
Do you eat bricks, buddy?
I mean, if there's nothing else around.
You
I
tell,
think he'd eat any bricks that Bonnie served him.
you tell her about the muffins, and I'll tell her about the dancing.
And the naked fighting.
She doesn't care about that as much.
What?
Deal. Okay, sure.
Okay.
Not like playing.
So as you travel through the morning, sometime in the early afternoon, around 1 or so, just shortly after the sun's passed through its peak, you would actually come upon the first trail, proper path that you've seen through the jungle in some time. The trail itself, as you're following on around the river, seems to lead down to a relatively well-cleared landing of this creek leading down to the southern tributary itself, this northern stream you're following up. But it heads up to the west into the jungle, clearly pretty well-traveled. And recently well-traveled at that.
Are there recently traveled tracks?
I will do this.
Yeah.
I suppose we could all
Rangy
look.
boy.
Let me swap dice real quick.
That's
Gotta get
gonna
the
be a
fancy.
nat 20.
Over here looking at it.
So that's gonna be a 31.
But the 31 on a natural 20. Resume, as you look down, you would see that there is it's been beaten down relatively well by the sheer amount of use. So there's not immediately apparent and visible footprints through the main passages of this in the main area next to the creek. But around where it's less tamped down, you can see several strange, kind of long, three-toed clawed footprints. Looks kind of like, well, Zerk and Sniggles' feet. Looks like little lizard prints.
Oh. Those are lizard men prints. Look, they're three-clawed.
Lizard
I'm
men.
guessing it
prints.
would not be hard to confirm that that's what they are.
Like cobalt? They
Yeah.
look cobalt-sized?
Well, yeah, just about.
Well, if the Cinderclaws have large amounts of kobolds as slaves, then it seems that we may be pretty close to one of their settlements.
And along with that, with your critical success, one more thing that you would find is what looks like a single place you can find a pair of much larger taloned feet. They look like the feet of an oversized eagle or a bird of some kind. They're pretty large. The thing must have been fairly massive, and they're only set right next to the creek bed itself, right by the water. There's no tracks leading to or from it. It's pretty evident that whatever it was
Landed.
here and just took back off.
Maybe the kobolds ride.
Landed here and took back off, you say. As if...
that's the first thing that went to my head. Is just poor Zerk and Sniggles just going.
They're not like scouters in the ground where it swipes something. It's like it landed next to the creek
no, it
bed.
lands just... And just...
Heck.
There's just one big dent.
It eats shoots and leaves.
It's just a giant chicken. That's really what it is.
It's the pteranodons all over again. They just ate Rur and left.
Yep.
But this just they ate kobolds and left.
But these feet look kind of strange. Well, the toes and the talons at the tips of it look very avian. They look very bird or almost giant chicken-like. The heel of the foot itself looks almost more humanoid. But there's no back talon like there would be for a bird where it could close and grasp together. It looks almost like a human heel, just much larger.
Maybe another type of Cinderclaw that we haven't seen before?
Quite possibly.
Yeah, we did see a half draconic one, so it's entirely possible.
Really large, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
It's way bigger than a Cinderclaws you've seen for sure.
Yeah.
but I mean, if you were gonna transport things around the forest, flying could be really useful.
Don't deny that. But, I mean, it could simply be a beast of burden, too. I don't think we know of anything. Dalrin does have jungle lore. Can I think of anything that might have made these prints?
Give me a jungle lore check.
That's a 21.
Nothing really comes to mind immediately. And by that I mean you have a pretty decent knowledge of, well, things that live in the jungle, and this doesn't seem to match anything that you can think of. So it's either you figure something pretty rare, or it's not something native to the jungle.
It's really curious. The fact that it has a rounded heel instead of a back talon means that it's not built to grab onto things. So it's not arboreal. It doesn't grab onto any branches. It's a walking foot. This is a foot that walks. Which doesn't make any sense given the front talons. I can't think of anything in the jungle that would have this type of foot. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense for it to live in the jungle and to have this development.
Nature check.
Oh yeah, you can be nature check for largely the same.
Well, I wonder.
Also a 21.
You'd come to the same conclusions. Yeah, it makes sense.
As Cinderclaws get more powerful, we've seen them take different shapes and do different things. Maybe having more humanoid effects or more bird effects is it could be a reflection of the god that they're worshipping, or whatever gift they've been given by their dark master.
So draconic effects then. Yeah, that's possible. We could definitely do it that way, which would indicate that this thing may have developed draconic talons as part of a gift. But
Precisely.
also flight and also very large size.
Well, if all the hawk gave him was just weird feet, I would imagine it'd take a while to get used to. It just seems kind of like the hawks
are
being
really
a
weird.
hick.
I mean, just some prints over here. I feel like we could.
Well,
You understand the
moving.
concept of footprints, right? Things make them.
And it's not here anymore, so what is it going to bother us?
wouldn't it be awesome
Problem
if
is which
things
way
like
it's going.
airprints-
It's not going anywhere. It's just a set of footprints.
Like if you could just like leave an entire
If
print.
Buddy doesn't see it, it doesn't exist.
I don't see no reason to be contemplating
But
this set of imprints
It
on the
does
floor.
seem like there isn't much you're going to be able to learn from here. You seem to draw large other conclusions that you can.
What direction are the toes going?
The toes are pointing to the water. Like
Okay.
it looks like it landed. It would be a fairly reasonable assumption it landed here to drink.
I guess let's keep going back toward Akraval. We're all exhausted.
So this is about a half day through the journey. The trail that you're finding here leading back up from the creek bed does head west back towards Akraval, where you're wanting to go anyway.
We could follow it, just being careful that we don't run into any patrols or work crews, and see what we can find. If these do lead to a settlement, we should map it and mark it so that we can come back if we need to.
And now that Esvis and I have seen the tracks, we'll be more likely to spot them if we see others.
Agreed.
There's so many of them.
Well, honestly, if I hadn't been specifically looking for it, I wouldn't have seen it.
So as you follow this new trail, the way going through the day through the jungle becomes obviously much easier. You have a footpath to follow along with. It's much less difficult going than roughing it through just untamed rainforest. The path starts out going almost due west up from the creek, and as you follow it, within 15 or 20 minutes has started to have a fairly gentle curve around towards the north. For the moment, this doesn't take you terribly off path. Obviously, in the grand scheme of your day's journeys, this isn't very far. You keep on it,
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, as long as it's not going to be going too far out of the way, might as well. Easier travel.
and this is part. Yeah, I mean, you're exploring this region of the jungle on your way back. It's not like you're walking a totally straight line anyway. So as you follow along the arc of this trail, it gently curves until it's going completely north, having wrapped 90 degrees, and then starts to curve a little bit quicker, almost doubling back on itself. It comes up from the river and seems to be looping back around to something from the west.
Are we going up a gradient? Like, are we going up a hill?
You are going up a very mild up from the creek bed. Nothing like the cliffside you've been before. You're maybe
Nothing like Citadel Altarian.
nothing like Citadel Altarian either. No, there's nothing that would require a hatchback like this to traverse.
Dalrin, have you ever been married?
Oh, me? No, certainly not.
Why not?
Well, my work involves a great deal of travel, a great deal of independent living. I certainly had no time to go and get my clan involved with finding myself a wife.
Well said.
Well, my father does work, but he's still, he's married.
Your father's work likely doesn't involve traveling the entire continent trying to find research. It's a tradition for the young in my clan to have a time to wander about and pursue their interests. It takes longer for some than others.
But don't you guys get lonely?
Oh, I have plenty of companionship here. There's a difference between lonely and then finding a life companion.
So, as they're discussing and you're walking on this trail, it's turning back almost to the east now. Who is seeking? Who is looking as you travel?
Seeking, is that the perception or? Oh, okay, yeah, I would be seeking.
I'm looking out for the tracks.
I'll recall knowledge.
So you're survival. Tracking is its own thing.
Oh, then I'm tracking.
If you're following this path here, you're thinking, you're looking,
I'll seek.
you're seeking as well.
Recall.
Okay. So Espis and Putty, go ahead and roll your perception checks.
24.
25.
And then Thalren and Rur, go ahead and give me nature checks.
20.
27.
So, first, as this turns back around, Espis and Buford would both just barely through the canopy here, as it seems to be a bit sparser and the trees a bit smaller up here. You have a little bit of a better view of the sky. It's not great. It's just a little better than it usually is, as you can see more of the sky than what is directly up above you. And you can see a fairly thick plume of smoke coming from where this trail seems to be leading. It's not massive like a village burning. It's like a fairly large bonfire. A single but fairly thick trail winding up into the air.
See what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, it's
And Dalren and Resme, as you're discussing here, Burr would be the first to notice that the sounds of the jungle itself around you are largely fading. You can still hear, of course, the omnipresent drone of insects and mosquitoes and everything, but the sounds of birds and things climbing through the trees and the animal life have almost disappeared entirely. As if there's nearly no wildlife at this section of the trail.
what do you think, Espis? Is that smoke from wood or something else?
Well, do the draconic feet still lead this way?
I'm tracking.
The draconic feet you would still be able to occasionally see individual little imprints of to either side of the trail as you follow where it hasn't been tamped so firm.
They're still here.
With everything as quiet as it is, it's possible we might be coming up on whoever we've been following.
Likely we're coming close to a settlement or possibly a checkpoint. We may want to get off the trail and take some cover.
Do you want me to go invisible and scout ahead a little bit?
Well, let's wait to use that until we know we have something reasonably close to us.
Oh, we have two guys that can scout pretty good. They can also run real fast, which is a real good habit of scouts.
I can just not be there.
I think that's what we're recommending.
Yeah. For now, let's get off the trail, get eyes over the hill, see what we can see.
Agreed.
Very good.
So following kind of parallel to this trail, a little bit in the undergrowth, somewhat sheltered, the group of you continue towards the source of this fire. And it's not more than another couple of minutes before you come upon a break in the tree line. A massive clearing into a completely open area. The source of the fire is obvious immediately. There's an enormous bonfire near 20, 30 feet across that seems to be sunken fairly well into the ground, burning off to your right in this huge clearing, as well as several simple wooden buildings set up around what appears to be an enormous pit in the ground. Coming from this pit are a variety of sounds, a cacophony of clanging, banging sounds of metal on stone, and shouting and wangi, muffled echoing out from this hole, so you can't make out much of what it is. But what you can see very clearly as you look around is an enormous Cinderclaw encampment. with dozens of Cinderclaws visible on the southern side of the area, many of which standing around or laying on a series of bedrolls set out in front of a small wooden building. A group of slightly larger Chiruka around the bonfire, chattering and feasting. A smaller wooden building across this massive pit, across this clearing from you, before in the northeast corner, a huge heaped pile of almost slick mud refuse, just heaped up about 15 feet tall. And finally, at the far northern end of the encampment, a massive cage, 30, 40 feet across, containing what appears to be an entire brontosaurus, who is just
Chilling.
kind of chilling, standing there, kind of laying down on his haunches, long neck drooped on the ground, just looking.
Going through the bars of the cage to snake over to where the trees are and munch.
You need to know that I've already named him.
Huh.
And with this massive Cinderclaw development here, I think we should take a break real quick, like.
But Fireball.
Fireball with the reach and then just leave.
Yeet, bye.
Yeet, bye.
We will be right back in a couple of minutes, chat. Stay tuned. Because when we return, I honestly have no idea what.
We're gonna light things on fire.
What we're gonna do?
There's 100%
What?
chance of that happening.
Almost certainly terrible decisions are going to occur. You can literally see at least 2 dozen Cinderclaws.
Let's fight an army. That sounds like a great way to spend the day.
You don't fight an army.
Fireball!
You bomb the army from the insides of the trees, and then you just leave. You come back later, do it again.
Thank you, Rur.
You know this isn't
We-
Skyrim, right?
We
Where you can just shoot somebody
We'll
and then
be
they forget
back.
you
will be
exist.
back. Give us a couple minutes, everyone. All right, welcome back, everybody. When we left off, we had just come upon, words are very hard for me right now, come upon quite the Cinderclaw operation here. A massive hole in the center of a huge clearing, hundreds of feet across, with several buildings, wooden shacks and sheds that have been put together, and dozens of visible boggards and Chiruka spread throughout the southern side of the area. We are peeking at this from a decently, relatively safe distance, if not right there, but not really super far away, from the head of a trail we had found that simply led down this direction. And from here we can see a lot of stuff. The source of the fire, the smoke we'd seen trailing up into the sky, visible down to the south, with several of the slightly larger Chiruka standing around it, talking, eating, cooking. 2 buildings visible across this massive clearing with really nothing to block your view across the entire area, and a dinosaur pen and a massive heap of refuse, seemingly old, just dirt and clay piled up on the northeastern end of the area. This clearing all centered around this enormous pit, which you can't really see down into because we're certainly too far away for that.
Can I send my falcon up above it to see if she can get a decent look of what's down there?
Yeah, you can do that. So as your falcon flies up to look over the area, what is your connection with your falcon? What actually do you have going on with that? Do you literally see through his eyes, or does it have an empathetic link with you? Or
I have an empathetic link with it.
Okay.
And it can sort of communicate vague feelings and thoughts with me.
So it's gonna fly, looking down over this through the air, kind of casually. It's a bird. And when this falcon looks over this massive gaping pit, you get a bit of a sense of fear, almost. And then your falcon is your familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Do familiars have stats in second
Yeah.
edition?
I have its page. It has
Oh,
stats.
fantastic.
Fireball.
It explodes!
It explodes.
Feathers.
So, its stats are pretty much the same as mine, except it gets some bonuses for perception and acrobatics because it flies.
Okay. So
Trying
as
to
it
find it.
as it sails over the top of this massive opening here, just looking, trying to get a peep, you feel this little bit of strange fear for whatever it's seeing before you hear a blast and a purple beam shoots up from the pit directly at your falcon. It is going to get a 31 to hit.
That's going to hit.
All right, I need, if it just uses your stats, I guess whatever a will save would be for that.
Yeah, that's fine.
And from Bruning B, I spent a hero point in that villain point in that sloth encounter, and I will absolutely take one back. Good sir.
Can I spend a hero point for my falcon?
Absolutely.
I mean, I'll play my special reroll on my falcon.
Yeah, you definitely can. It's part of you.
Okay, that is much, much, much better. That is going to be a 29.
All right, so with a 29, as this beam hits your falcon, you see your falcon kind of falter and lose some altitude before it regains its composure and continues to soar out away from this pit, taking a big wheeling turn to come back to you. And while you're all there waiting, you can see at this blast gets the attention of pretty much everyone at the camp, who just looks over and up at this laser beam shooting a bird out of the sky. And you see some of the Chiruka sitting out on the bonfire just laugh and pointing up at it, clearly amused, before they just go back to eating.
And a way to
it's a good-
potentially identify what just happened.
Oh, there's
Well-
probably a totem in the pit.
Yeah, it's a good thing they didn't think that was an actual enemy.
Although if there is a totem in the pit, that means the Akujai will not be able to help us here.
Yep.
We may have to figure this out ourselves.
It still would be best we come back.
I'll have
Could you scroll
her.
the map down so I can see the bottom of it again?
Absolutely, you could say. Valren's furiously taking notes in the distance.
Very, very scribbly, writing frowny faces.
I'm
So
guessing
from-
this is a building of
From
some
what
sort.
you can see from here, there's the bonfire set into the ground with about 4 Chiruka standing around it. And behind it, there's some kind of large grate that you can't really make out anything about what it is from this distance. All of the ground around the huge pit in the middle of this area looks like it has had dirt thrown up onto it. And it looks very similar to the heap of refuse in the northeast corner. It's largely yellowish clay and mud, and looks almost a little off for regular dirt. Past that bonfire, down in the southeastern corner of the area, that is in fact a building where you can see what look like a dozen boggards all standing around the visible door into a fairly simple rectangular wooden shack, which is about 30 feet across and 40, 50 feet long. Some of
Like a
these,
lodge.
yeah, like a lodge of some kind. Some of the boggards are standing around in groups, talking. Some of them are still looking at whatever happened with this random bird. A couple of them just watching the bird for a minute before losing interest in going back to what they're doing. A bunch of them just kind of laying in front of this building across the ground, sprawled out. But from what you can see, near everything down there is boggards, and everything around the campfire is Chiruka. They seem to be completely in distinct groups.
Can I deduce from watching the purple beam, maybe from what I know about magic, what possible effects there might have been from that? Like, I doubt it was just a zap take X amount of damage.
Yeah, the Falcon looks unharmed when he returns. Your bird's completely unharmed. Fortunately, because if this was the yield and 66 blaster beam, it was poof, feathers.
Yeah.
But unironically. So fortunately, this beam appeared to be completely non-lethal.
Maybe.
What is your... I don't know, let's go with Arcana.
Plus 11.
Other than the fact that it didn't do any lasting damage and it appears to be non-lethal, there's not really much more of a conclusion to draw.
Was that a fail?
It was a fail. Halfling luck?
Halfling luck.
So much better. You can tell that it seemed to concuss the bird. It didn't hurt it at all, but as it kind of stopped flapping for a moment and staggered and lost a bit of altitude, it looked like it was stunned.
A stunning beam.
Or maybe some sort of shockwave. I can do similar things with my magic.
Well, I mean, there's a number of spells that can induce mental effects. We certainly know it's not lethal.
Well, certainly not, but if it might be similar in effect to the the beam that Sir Bighead ran into, Lord Bighead ran into back then, where if the beam's paralyzed and the Taruka mop up whatever's left, and there's certainly enough supporting staff here to handle that. But we'll want to make sure that we pacify the area before we start handling the pit, if there is indeed another totem down there.
Agreed. But with our current weakened state, we'll have to come back to this, preferably even at night, maybe.
No, I wouldn't suggest we come back at night.
No, they'll have the advantage at night.
Indeed. Remember, the Boggarts were entirely untroubled by darkness in Citadel Altarian, so I see no reason why we would just cede the advantage to them. Although, well, depending on the moonlight, but no, Buddy would be at a terrible disadvantage. We should come in the daytime.
Buddy specifically. Sad human club.
Next
Also
time
a
we come by,
halfling.
we could observe them as well.
Yes.
Well, I can take a look around right now if you'd like.
Fair, but
I mean, observe them for like a day, watch their routines and their habits.
Now, all of the assumedly Cinderclaws, all the Tarukas and the Boggards scattered around here do seem to be occupied with their own things. They're all doing something. Nobody's really... You don't see any patrols. You don't see even really any lookouts or anything.
And that's exactly what I would want to
Yeah,
sit
like-
around and look for.
Absolutely nobody seems to be actually paying any active attention to
They
the
tr-
exterior of the
they
camp.
trust in their totems. They don't even bother with patrols anymore this deep into their territory. Must be deep into their territory.
I'm going to confirm it, and I'm going to just kind of stick to the brush for a little bit. I'm trying to find the shortest distance I can at least, like, kind of low, like, roadie run, I guess, towards the pit so I can avoid notice and look down without getting shot, hopefully.
Okay. So the way to the pit
He's gone.
is almost completely uncovered. Like the area around it has been totally cleared, and there's like a 50, 60 foot just straight no man's land leading up. You would have no cover whatsoever.
Right. Well, if they all seem preoccupied, I mean, I'm not trying to make any, like...
Okay. Yeah. You're just trying to rush up and take a quick look.
Yep.
Hey, give me a health check, I suppose. Because that's just goes. You just drop a 20 in there?
Sure
Yep.
did.
I love you so much when you do that.
So, Esvis,
The jungle extends, giving him cover.
darting off
The fire just kind of glows as the wind changes and everyone covers their eyes.
Darting off before anyone can really say anything to him, rushes up to the edge of this massive pit to get some kind of a view down into what's going on. And as you all just kind of watch as he moves, it's like a magical experience watching this invisible shadow just run through actual broad daylight. What total does that give you, just out of curiosity?
35. No, 34, sorry, 34.
34. You make your way up to reveal. That's me.
The universe?
One of my only things I'm kind of sad about in Arkenforge is that I do not believe there is any way to like drag select an area and remove the fog of war. I have like a brushy thingy, so I have to.
Brushy, brushy,
thingy.
brushy.
I have
Oh,
to
that's a
scrubby,
pretty big
scrubby,
brushy thing.
scrubby.
Yeah, that's a
Pretty big
brushy
thingy, but I have to scrubby. You can see down into what looks like a spiraling mine shaft. There's a walkway near right in front of you that runs down almost a full 360-degree circuit around the outside of this pit before landing at the floor, where you can see another couple dozen Chiruka and boggards at the bottom. A couple of the larger Chiruka are posted near the middle, and they're more well-geared. They're kind of like the ones that you had seen back not too far from Akravel and Hunter's Gate that you'd fought with the Navo. The rest of them are the smaller, more standard ones like you've seen back at Altarian. And those ones look even more disheveled and weaker than the ones you'd seen previously. They're all lined up against the walls here, slaving away with picks, clubs, and even some shovels that they have, excavating the walls of this pit. As you look over the edge, you can see centered in the middle of a landing at the bottom, a totem. This one glowing with bright violet energy around its head. But from this distance and looking down, just barely revealing yourself, it does not seem to immediately activate. You can see the northern side of this pit is filled with water, and there's a couple of sluices there that they use to control the runoff and keep everything that direction. But what's the most interesting to you is a cloud of what appear to be other creatures, very tiny, almost worm, snake-like beings, twisting and whirling through the air around the head of the totem. It looks like there's 6 to 10 of them. Bright, neon, fluorescent snakes just writhing through the sky, moving by no locomotion that you can perceive.
That's more than enough for me. I'm just going to try and basically kind of take like a quick mental photograph and just turn around and low crawl back to the, or low run back to the group.
Part of me was imagining that you came up to the edge, just immediately concussed and fall in.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Like, you just peek, and then the purple light would just boom, and just knock you on your ass, and then everyone would go...
All right, here we go. I'm gonna hero point that one. That one is going to be from Robbot. Thank you, Robbot, for that awesome hero point.
Flipping on the one.
Yes, brings me down to 1. Well, that's much better. 21.
With a 21, once you're there, I mean, the spooky part of this was peeking over the edge, not having a totem blast you from the bottom of the pit. Making your way back, clearly nobody up on the surface is paying any kind of attention. They're all kind of absorbed in their own things. So you return back almost miraculously via the power invested in you by a natural 20 to the rest of your party at the tree line, undetected.
Okay, don't do that again. That was really scary.
I'd rather be the one to walk a path than you.
Also, Esphis can get it and sneak almost anywhere. He's practically turns invisible. I've got ultimate trust over here.
I know, but I really, really like him. I would prefer to not see him burn to a crisp.
Here's a really dumb question.
Oh, I like those.
Would the totem potentially shoot us if we wore the Cinderclaw symbol? Do you think it
Yes.
has the ability to tell the difference?
I'm gonna say yes.
I am gonna agree with this.
Well, there's no reason... Well, first off, I don't think we should test this theory on this particular totem with a small army of Cinderclaws around it, but if we run into the next one we run into, it doesn't hurt anything to try.
It's going to harm absolutely nothing to just pin a symbol on us for a few minutes.
And there is certainly no question that this is, by an exponential order, the most defended totem you've seen yet
Yeah.
in the middle of a camp, defended by a literal army of Cinderclaws.
It also seems like the least
Also
capable of defending
Brontosaurus.
itself.
Our fears are confirmed. It is a totem. However, this one's a little different. Well, they were all different, but this had bluish, strange serpent worms writhing through the air around it. I've never seen such such creatures
From his
before.
description,
Can
can I
we
figure out what
figure
it
out?
is?
Have we
Well,
seen such creatures?
Yeah.
Or read about it.
Let me find them real quick. What page is this on? It's on cross-referencing texts. I gotta look because I've not ever found that. 'cause
Can I
it's-
put one in my backpack?
They're very tiny. You could put one in like a flask.
There were
So-
a lot of them. It was almost like a literal cloud.
Did they have eyes?
I didn't want to take the
Are
time
you,
to look.
Are you trained in religion?
Yes, actually I am.
What's your modifier?
The
Plus
surprise.
11.
The surprise.
Oh yeah. Psychopomp of Pharasma.
So, you would recognize these things as something absolutely unnatural. And watching them there as they swirled about the head of the totem, you would certainly recognize that they are not from this plane. They are something that has been brought in from a literal separate dimension, but you wouldn't know much of what they were. The rest of you could try with his description. Are you trained in religion?
Nope.
Nope.
14.
So, off what he told you, and without being able to see him, it's only so much to go off of, really. But it's fairly distinctive, the description of the things.
Flying cloud of worms. All right, got it.
It sounds like proteans. And proteans are kind of the native race of the Maelstrom, which is the plane of chaos. It's the opposite of Axis. It's the plane of absolute just madness and nonsense. And proteans absolutely embody the essence of chaotic, anarchic energy. And what a protean is something that you probably have not studied terribly in depth.
Chaotic.
Yeah, as it is almost like the antithesis to anything of value, and almost what you know about proteans is that they are so aberrant as that there is nothing even consistent really to know about them. But you do know that they are functionally entropy elementals, if that makes any kind of sense. They don't see or experience the world through any traditional sense so much as their understanding of their environment is literally an ability to track the chaotic nature of entropy around them. It's almost impossible even to comprehend, and so too is their physiology.
I suppose it makes sense as to why they're attracted to the top of a super magical totem.
Would make sense. You would know that anything you could know might not even necessarily be true, as they are just such strange beasts.
I know their name, and that's enough.
You know their general race. That's like saying they're angels. That's like an entire category, really.
Yeah.
Well, that was a very useful piece of information to have. I don't think we're in any shape to take this on, but I think that understanding what we're facing will give us a way to plan for it, which I think Tyrannus would approve of. If he were here.
He certainly would at that. Well, I suppose we should probably do Tyrannus proud.
I kind of
and
miss
see if we
him.
can- Did kind of grow on me, I'll admit.
Yeah.
Hopefully the Hell Knight order he goes back to doesn't break his personality too
I
badly.
do love that we all started out just crapping on Tyrannus constantly, and now that he's done, everyone's like, I miss Tyrannus.
You don't realize how good something is till it's gone.
I mean, I feel like I'm just so tired. Let's head back to Akravel.
Oh yes, no. That's exactly the way we're going. But no, we've done good reconnaissance here. Maybe the Akujai will know more, maybe about those things as well.
So with that, not really wanting to send yourselves into a completely reckless, almost guaranteed death, you have discovered a second major base of operation for the Cinderclaws. And honestly, it's not really even that far from the first one. And now you have two different major locations of interest to come back and deal with later. making some distance from there, certainly, with what's left of the afternoon before you rest for the night. Probably moving more towards the far edge of this hex here to get away from it.
We get
We get 2 this day.
Oh, you get 2 this day. That's correct. You're gonna
Northwest.
Northwest, and you're gonna continue moving on through the afternoon back into the jungle. Yeah, putting a whole lot of distance between you and them. Yeah, because your spell helps you travel a bit faster. And realistically, that in the grand scheme of a day's travel, was not that much out of your day's journeys.
Some days we only trek once, but on this day we trek twice. Yeah, it's a Passover joke. Just move on.
Oh wow, yeah, it is. That's really obscure.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm impressed that you got it. You've been paying attention.
Now you're making me think with my brain. Anyway, the group of you putting near 10 miles between you and this massive, what seems to be a mining operation, making sure that you aren't going to run afoul of any more Cinderclaws while you're resting in the evening, because the last thing that you need is to be attacked in the middle of the night again. They're simply waiting for Renali to catch back up with you. And then later in the afternoon, of course, her and Valia would show back up. And Valia is looking out. A good distance today. It's been quite a journey. Trying to keep up from crossing the creek where we went.
Sit, relax.
And
Yeah, you look tired.
We'll be taking a lengthy break soon. We'll be back in Ackerville in a couple days.
Renali raises a hand. Well, we... When you stop sending us to the totems, please.
Oh, another
You found
totem.
one as well.
We
found 2 today then.
did this. Another one, but fortunately, this time I feel we have largely learned the signs. They do not make themselves terribly hidden, it seems. That one we came upon that Valia's friend had found did not seem to make any major impact on its environments, but the last 2 we have found, first the Eye of a Storm, and now this one seeming to create its own swamp. Once we got a decent sense it was clearly unnatural, well, we continued on, so...
A swamp totem?
And Valia kind of puts a hand up. Again, assume it's swamp totem. We had some far to travel this day to keep up that we didn't really take the full risk of confirming, so can't tell you what it does or whether it's certainly there, but the lands around, as far as we could tell, were lush and jungle is appropriate and the ground firm. This creek that we'd crossed over that's running by is not much more than that. The swamp seemed fairly unnatural, and Renali agreed. She's the expert.
I trust the judgment.
Okay, so we didn't get any eyes on the totem itself, nor the guardians of the totem, if there are any.
Big mosquitoes.
Renali puts her hands up. We did not, no.
I can't blame you.
Not
after the
last
last
one.
Yeah.
Look,
Wise. You made a good call in retreating early.
Valia clearly has much stronger magic than we gave her credit for, but she is one woman, and perhaps we were lucky last time the totem saw me. And my magic is nothing in the face of what these things can do.
Well, we did learn something interesting today. The totems cannot always see Esphus.
That is interesting.
I don't
That's-
know how we'll use that, but
I don't know. I think Esphus as a weapon is fairly lethal.
well, considering the camp around it, I don't know how we'll use that.
Oh.
So you exchange your information. Valia and Renali telling you of a swamp that they had found that definitely seemed to have some kind of influence. Didn't seem to be natural by any state of things. And you, I assume, telling her about the mining operations that you had found.
yes.
And so, nodding and kind of following along, listening, Renali doesn't have any immediate thoughts at the end, but Valia does. You think perhaps this is the source of this gold that we've come across a few times then? It looked like a gold mine of sorts. Did you get any opportunity to see?
Distinctly possible.
Oh.
I can't imagine what else to be mining for, and it seems too far a coincidence that we found the same tainted gold twice.
Given the amount of arsenic in this ore, however, I can't imagine that their workers are very healthy. They must be dropping like flies at the rate that they're digging.
Unless.
Might be what the kobolds are for.
Unless that is that's why they need things from other planes.
What?
Well, if you want something to resist poison, then
It's something non-native to this plane.
You think the floating worms were there to dig up the gold?
I don't know. I don't know why the floating worms were there. I don't know why anything is happening in this strange place.
I'd suspect, given what we know about the disposition of the Cinderclaws and how they treat their subordinates, they're more likely just using large quantities of cobalt slaves and not caring if they get poisoned.
I will admit there's nothing really I know about the Cinderclaw operations or how they manage their business, but it certainly seems, well, to make enough sense to me.
Well, we gotta help them then.
We can certainly do our best, but for now we have to help ourselves.
And Renali, we have to stop them.
Of course.
Not now, perhaps, but when we return.
Absolutely.
I just do not know how. Not to slight your skills, of course. I have seen all of you fight, and I would not doubt your abilities to fight an army alone, but there is a point where numbers surely become too much.
Well, only if you let it become too much. I did do a bit of a stint. Goodness gracious, such a long time ago. But I actually was part of a mercenary unit back in my older youth. I may actually remember some lessons that might help us out.
You were a mercenary, Dalrin?
I've been around a little while, and if you need money, and that's the work available.
Well, if only I'd been a worshipper of Gorm. Perhaps the war tactics would come in handy right now.
Sir, I would have you no different than you currently are.
Dalrin.
Neither I myself.
And Valia stands up. Well, if it's tactics you're looking for, there is perhaps some aid I could be, of course. Like I said, I had studied with some of the Hellknight divisions in order to know specifically. I've traveled with one for some time.
Absolutely. When we make our plans, we should confer.
Although I don't know how much it'll apply to this given situation. Most of their tactics was largely geared at dealing with either devils and uprisings of that sort, or sieges. And neither of these seems like it's going to apply to attacking a mine shaft in the middle of the jungle.
Well, we'll see. You'll never know exactly. Handling terrain, using it to their advantages, dealing with larger groups of
Certainly still
ill-organized
general knowledge
troops.
that could be useful to be said.
I'm sure there'll be
Evening out-
something you could commute.
Evening out the number difference will certainly be of help, no matter how small the assistance.
And no matter the terrain of the situation, one thing that I could certainly take away from their teachings is that in a battle of sufficient size, you do as much damage with fear as you do with weapons. And morale is a powerful tool, and as we, well, have you told her, does she know anything about the Cinderclaws you fought?
I'm sure we would have been.
I'm sure at
telling
some point
stories.
you would have used
Yeah.
Sure.
so she'd know about the two that surrendered at some point. And they certainly don't seem beyond fear. Far from it, as a matter of fact.
The leaders are quite zealous, but the subordinates would fall in line.
That is largely how wars of this scale are operated, much of the time that I can understand. You don't need to fight the army if you can convince the army to stand down.
Cut the head of the snake.
I'm fairly bummed about the fact that you can't use fire on them.
Well, these might be a little different. They have structures.
Well,
It's true. Fire would work on the structures, and moreover, we've certainly seen Cinderclaws fall to fire before.
Did
Just
you see
more the
any
ones that
more
were protected.
of those dragon beasts, the half charuka?
Not that I
Not
noticed, but
in the
Espis
open.
perhaps.
I did not.
Yeah,
They
they were.
do have a building.
I have a couple. If it's possible, they were in the shelter, but I'm sure there must be a range or a limit to how much their protection extends.
We must hope, I suppose. I'm not positive how else you could deal with so many. Perhaps my magic may be of some help here. I cannot fight, but I can hide. I can.
We can distract with illusions. We can launch. We could even split the group, launch a distraction attack, feint away into the jungle while it may
These are
take time
things
to
I can
organize
help
a
with.
response. Of course.
Though I cannot do anything meaningful to stop their numbers permanently, I can distract. I believe, slip in. I fit through a gate. There was a portal behind them as they traveled.
If it
That
doesn't,
was a much smaller area to hide.
if a dozen troops can be drawn away from the fight, they might as well not be there. You've practically defeated them for the purposes of that fight.
With Valia standing tall there. Divide and conquer. Most basic of tactics, of course.
How do you think that they would fare without shelter for a few days?
Boggarts and
Probably
Truca
just fine.
certainly seem to be able to take care of themselves. The shelters they've built are likely not for their own uses, but to shelter other things.
They did
Notice the
also-
Boggarts had bedrolls directly outside the building.
Yeah.
Well, the ones that I noticed that were down in the quarry, they seemed, as far as morale is concerned, beaten and broken. I'm sure that providing any type of chaos that we could whenever we eventually get to that point, they'd be willing to fight back.
Depends how broken they've been, I suppose, but it's certainly a possibility that we can look to. At the very least, the overseers may take a commotion as a chance to keep an eye on their charges more closely as opposed to coming and investigating us.
A good
Perhaps
idea.
it would be wise to seek the insight of those who are more accustomed or acclimated to jungle warfare. Running back to Aquaville anyway, speaking with their hunters may not be a terrible idea.
Agreed.
Fair enough.
If we can get down the totem fast enough, then we can get people in. After the blindness lets up, then we can get more warriors in.
I do wish that I had a better idea as to what the effect or range of those totems are on that blindness
Yeah.
curtain. I just don't know where it's safe for the Akujai to advance.
Now that we have a distinct location to a totem, we could ask them to come with us and figure out a rough radius.
2 totems even. We know there is. We each found one these days.
Gelenor, let us know when you go blind.
It would be useful information.
It would be funny.
The second I was high five.
So, with that, I don't know if there's really a whole lot more you'd have to discuss
Yeah.
No, not on that.
tactics-wise for the evening. And sometime before Renali and Valia were catching back up, someone would have been putting camp together, so I believe that is Lord Esvis, King of Camps.
Well, Resme did a great job last time too. So
Do you want me to assist?
Resme, Queen
Yes,
of Camps, has
please.
done pretty well, too.
Last time Resme did, we got attacked by giant sloths.
Bite me.
Just saying.
they already did.
That is an at 20, so at least you get good assist.
Oh, thank you.
get a +4, actually,
your
for
nat one.
critical success.
Stop it! Stop it!
Don't you put that on him.
Okay.
So that'll be a 30
With the +4?
with her +4.
Okay, so with a 30, you would be able to put together a camp well enough, and the natural 20 here, nothing horrible happens to you during the night because flow is bad. So yeah, this is safe as it can possibly get. You rest once more for an evening, prepared to continue out the following day and see what more you can discover. So there's not a whole lot left to make your way back to Akerville, and the area that has been outlined by Nikita doesn't proceed much more north than the Ekajai city does in the first place. So, where are we heading to?
Northwest.
Yeah, just west.
Probably hit here. And,
Pretty much as straight of a path as we can take using hexes.
And if we could have maybe Renali branch off to hit an adjacent hex.
Okay, so you guys...
We'll have her do northeast from here.
So
And we'll
due
do
north
here.
from where we
So
are.
you want to
Yeah.
go there, and you want her to go north.
Yes.
Because we can only move one hex today, right?
It's a 1 hex day, yep. It's a 1 hexer. So, you pack up in the morning, prepare your supplies, and I know I gotta keep track of the calendar because I haven't noted when you guys will get drained back. I have to make sure I stay up on this.
I think we're on the 17th, right? Or is it 18th?
I have the 17th right now, yep. Okay, we're good. I almost forgot to mark off that day. So you get up, move out for the day, and start to make your way through the jungle as normal. Continuing to travel back to Akerville at this current pace. You should be back there before the end of the week. It's currently Toil Day? Question mark. The days of the week are the ones I always forget.
Toil Day, yeah.
Toil
It's-
Day, okay.
Toilet day?
Yes, Toilet Day. That
That's
is exactly the day
yep,
it
that's
is.
that's the thing that we said.
We have had poopy days before.
Every day in the jungle is toilet day.
Dysentery.
Where are these voices coming from and why? I have so many questions.
I have no answers.
You sound like a female Groot. Or
What?
Gru.
Oh, I was like, that sounds nothing like a theme. What do you think Groot is?
I am
Groot.
Groot.
Groot is Groot.
Groot is-
Female Gru.
What is Groot?
Despicable Me.
Despicable Me.
Oh, I know nothing of what that is.
I mean, I know what Despicable Me is in general, and that's the extent of my knowledge. So,
I'm sorry.
I'm sure there are plenty of people who understand what I was saying.
are you? Because from everything that I've heard, it seems like I am the fortunate one here so far.
I mean, I thought the first one was.
So we
entertaining.
explore the hex.
I'm just gonna ignore the fact that he's doing a whole bunch of clicking right now, and I'm sure there's nothing in this hex. I'm
There's
sure we're
nothing in
fine.
this hex. I'm not stalling for time. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've been thinking, and
That's
I've made a
That's
decision.
dangerous.
Oh dear.
Master Dalrin, I've decided. I think you
Not even
should.
thinking anymore.
I think you should teach me how to be a dragon warrior.
Are you serious?
No, I'm Resume. I'm also serious.
What's your brother's name again?
It's possible, I suppose. You could learn it. I mean, the first steps took me, goodness, 80 years to figure out, but, you know, I think I could probably condense it down.
I want to follow in your footsteps. I want to make you proud of me.
Oh, but you have your own path to walk, and you're quite good at it. I wouldn't abandon it in favor of mine.
Oh, I'm not going to. I'm going to do that too.
Well, I'm going to assume that you're not attempting to trivialize my life's work.
No, but I respect you and I want to honor you.
Well, it's very touching, Resume. Well, perhaps there'll be ways that we can... Well, perhaps I can think of a way of distilling a bit of philosophy out of it. Philosophies are always good. You can basically do almost anything you want with your life as long as you can tack the philosophy on later. Except for certain ones. They don't tack on well.
Besides, my father always said that if you can teach something, then you really understand it.
Ah. Well, that's a good way to manipulate me into doing it, I suppose. Very well. We'll see what we can do about it.
Like, am I gonna, learn how to fight? She'll kind of take up a pose sort of like she sees you doing, except she'll be really off. And, it'll have absolutely, clearly no combat advantage whatsoever.
We can start that way, I suppose.
Do I need one of those? Is that, key?
Oh, the monocle?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it certainly helps me read.
No, but when you...
And as you're interrupted here, as you're all
Did I just hear a laser zap?
walking along,
Dalrin in the face again. Oh, God, not again!
you're interrupted by what is absolutely a blast from yet another totem.
There wasn't even anything weird about the jungle this
As you come
time.
I
around the
frickin'
corner,
hate
and
this
there was
place.
not. There was absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. Everything looked perfectly fine, and you were having your conversation. The rest of the group kind of listening and traveling along, Buford leading the way as usual. Before this blast just flew into him with a 29.
And that will hit.
Make me a will save.
It's a natural 20 for a 32.
Buford is just so confused about what happened. As this beam hits him,
Can the mental effect affect you if you're not actually there when it
absolutely
hits you?
nothing even appears to happen. Buford, you don't feel anything. You just hear the blast and turn and see smoke emanating from an indigo pillar. Strange purplish blue hues
What
coming
color
out.
was the other one?
Purple.
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 Like
It's the
violet.
rainbow rules. Purple
Okay.
and indigo are different colors.
And indigo and blue is a different color.
Yeah,
even
that
though
literally
it's just dark blue.
only applies when you're talking about rainbows specifically. And as you all are startled out of your, conversations here to whatever the source of this is, you see, as per usual, a group of defenders emerging to protect the totem. A group of what appear to be fairly small, almost Chiruka-sized, but frog people. I mean, kind of like tiny boggards, but not really. A boggart is more like a big, angry, lumpy toad. These are small, sleek, and lean frogmen, wearing simple gear that looks nothing like what you've seen of the Cinderclaws so far. And as they come out, tiny bows drawn from their place in hiding nearby, each of their eyes glows indigo.
Oh, that's not good.
And I'm going to need everybody to roll me.
Everybody gets +1 from me.
Yay! Right. We're gonna do it.
Hey.
I have not
Look at
rolled
you.
lower than a 15 on initiative. I shouldn't have
Nice.
said that.
Yep.
Yeah, that was
That's
a
it. You're
mistake. I
doomed
would
now.
never
Next
say those
fight,
things.
forget it.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Doran
I have a 23.
was awake this time.
I am.
Buddy
22.
was less awake this time. Esvis
34.
and Rur
35.
and Resme.
29.
Wah,
What
wah.
did you get, Doran?
I got a 20, like last 23.
Yeah, so I think you're in there. Is where it
Alas.
goes.
Alas.
And then I will put, in order to save me from rolling 27 initiatives, I'm going to do Totem. It's going to come in at a 27, so I think that's in here. And then I'm going to have.
It's above me, unfortunately.
Oh, is it?
He was
Okay.
23.
Let's
going-
take a vote. It'll be a totem
I'm
poll.
going to have Frog Leader. Resme dies instantly.
It's like the rage.
Suddenly a
Frog.
new enemy has been detected.
Leader. What did you get, Espis?
35.
You got
And-
34. I got
Sorry,
35.
you got 35. I got 34. Sorry.
It's going to be right in here. And then we're going to have little frogs all together with 30s.
That wasn't a big leap, I guess.
Rrr.
Well, recall knowledge. What are the
on
frogs?
Which do you want? The frogs?
Yeah.
What is
I know what the
your
totem is.
Society's 10, right?
Yes.
You. All that you know is that they look like. They're
They're
common
not
enough race that you
boggards.
would know. Yeah, they're not boggards. These are gripply, which is a different kind of tangential, similar race of frog people. But you don't know anything beyond them other than that's what they are. You may have, in passing, heard of or met one once. You've no idea what they're capable of.
Well, I know from the glowing eyes that they appear to be under some form of control.
You can make me a perception check.
You say we see purple eyes.
Now, you see purple eyes, but I mean, like, that's
I-
just what you see showing up. I mean, like, if you want to look closer, you can make a perception check. That's
Well,
what
I'm
it's about.
taking the opportunity to use this spell regardless of what I know about them.
Fair enough.
Calm emotions.
All right.
It's a burst in the center of all of them.
Okie dokie. So, lead frog is coming out with a 20.
He fails.
And then you have 24,
Pass.
16,
Fail.
23.
Pass. So the
Okay.
leader and the second save cannot take hostile actions until acted upon. And
Alright.
the other two have a -1 to all hostile
So
actions.
as they pop up, the middle one, bow drawn, starts to lower it a bit, but kind of lurching, almost. Like he's almost twitching, as does the one hiding back behind the tree, the only one who doesn't wield a bow, who appears to have a small gnarled staff, a root of some kind twisted around in its hand. And he also just kind of starts spasming as we're cast the spell.
And with my remaining action, I'm going to move forward into cover behind this tree where I'm
What is your speed?
25. Was that not?
Oh yeah, you can actually
Yeah.
exactly do it with 25.
Can I,
I thought you were slower. 'Cause-
ask a question about what I can see, or do I have to wait for my turn?
I think you can see pretty much all of this, but what do you guys know specifically?
Are any of the frogmen wearing Cinderclaw badges that I can see?
That from this distance, how small they are, is they're all coming out of concealment. You wouldn't be able to see that without like an action look that way.
And I'm going to tell everyone I've got a couple of them under control. Only 2 should attack you.
Esvis.
I'm going to take an action to activate my boots.
All right.
And this
We
is.
found out we did the boots slightly wrong. In second edition, it's a free action, but it only lasts 1 round.
Oh.
Totally
Oh.
different than they were in the old ones.
Oh, well, that's fine with me. Then free action. Click, click. Turn the boots on, and I
1
will.
minute rather, not 1 round. Sorry.
Oh, 1 minute.
Oh, that's
still.
I don't
that's actually
remember.
much better. Yeah.
We'll go. I'll
Just
say
tell me
it's a
whatever-
minute. And it's an action. And I'll look it up again. I looked it up and immediately forgot everything.
Whatever you
run 'em how
Like,
we've
it's
been
clearly
running 'em.
important.
Exactly. I am going to move twice, so 6, and then I'm gonna try to get around to about here. And this is all thick foliage and underbrush, correct?
Yes. Froglets. Take some froglets.
And then I am going to do the take cover action, which with forest stealth allows me to hide for
Yep.
free.
Sneaky beaky.
Sneaky beaky. Natural 20.
Just
Wow.
disappears. As this
Sneaky
just vanishes
beaky.
as soon as the fight starts. He's gone.
He takes off into the jungle and we just lose sight of him.
This is regular frog. No, this is frog leader is what it is. So frog leader here stops, still again kind of twitching and can't seem to figure out what to do. And you see it raise its staff and start moving its hands to cast a spell and canting something in a language that I am positive none of you would really understand, and you're all a good distance away from it anyway.
I accept that challenge.
And as he does, the vines, the grass, the undergrowth of the area all around you surges up, choking off this main passageway where Buddy, Esvis, and Rur are. And you are all going to be entangled. You know what entangled does, right? You have that? I thought you have you cast that before?
So Estus is actually nowhere near that. Did you mean Dalrin?
Darn, sorry.
I'm really not particularly
Yeah,
near
you two are. No, that's why I said the three of you.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So I don't think there's no saves actually or anything for this. It's just all difficult terrain now, and you'll actually need to make saves at the start of your turn to see how far you'll be able to move. As the plants are now wildly overgrown and also trying intentionally to slow you and hold you.
Okay.
And the frog still kind of twitches as it does that, but doesn't take any other actions. Doesn't move to attack or anything, just hinders. Other frogs. That's all the frogs go in a row. Make this a little easier by just removing this and having all the frogs at once.
Any emotional effects on the ones that failed fade
Okay.
during the effects of calm emotion. So if anything else gets...
Yeah, they don't have any
Yeah.
emotional effects on them.
It actually, it's neat. It suppresses like rage and stuff.
The two archers that are still there, that still seem to be capable, as their bows track Esvis and he vanishes into the undergrowth. One of them is going to attempt to seek to find you. Hey. He has no idea where you are.
Did he imagine it?
Is there an elf
Sure,
there?
I saw a guy. And then he is going to turn and from his tiny little bow loose a trio of arrows towards Buford.
Dang.
And yeah, they're just rapid firing out, like kind of like what Esvis does.
Twang, twang, twang.
And the first one is going to be a 25,
And that exactly hits.
and then there's going to be a 13,
And that just way off to the
and
side.
then there's going to be a 4.
And that one almost hits himself in the forehead.
Are you sure he's shooting a bow and not just throwing arrows?
Just rapid firing these out.
He shot the first one and then grabbed two more and just threw them.
He grabbed 3, but only one of them stopped.
The first one that does connect does strike you for 6 damage.
Okay.
And the other one in the back is going to hop forward, striding up to this second cover, and then fire out a similar salvo of arrows towards you as well. The first one hitting for a 21, and then a 23. I'm pretty sure he's all miss, and then an 11.
Yeah, and they'll hit his armor, but they're just arrows.
So
and
there's,
they just
and
go
they're
like,
very
"Ting,
tiny arrows too. These
ting."
frog people are maybe 2.5 feet tall.
They're even smaller than me.
Yeah, the bow they're smaller than Rur. The bows they wield, shooting several inch long. I mean, they're still arrows. They're sharpened to the end, but they don't even
unless
have
they
tips. They just
unless
have-
they
they're just
get
like
into one of
spikes.
the cracks, like they
So
just
this
bounce
hail of
off.
bolts is largely just glancing off of
It
Buford.
makes it kind of a racket.
The
but-
third one stands there, bow in hand, but still kind of twitching, reaching back, can't seem to get his hand to his quiver to draw an arrow. Resume.
So now I have a little bit of a question because this hasn't come up before. If I drop invisibility, it does not have the concentrate trait. Can I transform into an animal invisible?
Yeah, you can
Okay,
do
cool.
anything that doesn't like make any hostile actions or attack invisible.
Okay.
You can absolutely
It's-
turn invisible and then turn into a monkey and then monkey
All
around
right, cool.
stuff.
Then I'm going to drop invis and disappear and start moving around where Esphus is, just 25 feet. Whatever
25
I
you
can
can get
move.
about that far because it is it becomes very thick over
That's fine.
very quickly. Now the totem definitely does not see Esphus because he has vanished from the earth. But the closest target to him is actually Rur, I believe. So it is going to
And I'm in a bush.
blast
for what
out.
matters.
Oh, good concealment. Past concealment. And then it's going to blast out a beam for a 30 to Rur.
It crit me.
It crits you?
Yeah, just
well.
barely.
Really?
Make me a will
Yeah.
save.
Need to get some clear resin and make another one of resume, so when you go invisible, we just swap it out.
That actually is pretty cool. All
That would be amazing.
right, make me a will save, good sir.
28.
So 28 normally would succeed, but since it crit you, you are going to be one tier worse than that, so that is going to fail. As this beam hits you, you feel your mind just kind of cloud out, and you are confused. Dalren.
I believe I have something to do with all these vines trying to entangle me.
You need to make a reflex save.
Okay, that's a lot. 31.
31 will succeed, so it's just difficult terrain to you.
It's just difficult terrain. Okay, so let's see how much difficult terrain I have to run through. So let's count it and I'll double it later. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So 60 feet will get me there. All right, so I'm going to just run through here. I'll double move to get to here, I think it was.
Seems good enough. Oh, it just need to be perfect, exact.
Yeah. So 30, that's 60 feet.
Okay.
Double move, actually, I have 70 feet of movement, so I can actually move adjacent to the totem. And looking at these frogmen more up close, are they Cinderclaws? Do they have Cinderclaw amulets?
As you rush up, they don't appear to have any Cinderclaw iconography on
Huh.
them.
No Cinderclaw amulets. The totem's under control. The totem's controlling them. And then for my last action, I'm going to just try to knock the totem over so it just face down into the underbrush.
Alright, make me an athletics check. We've discovered how to deal with totems.
That's going to be a 31.
Well, with a 31, pulling yourself out from this entangling overgrowth, you come out and you slam into this totem and manage to dislodge it from the ground and topple the thing over entirely. And as it lands, its face and the skull kind of thudding into the mud. It can no longer see or draw any line of effect to anyone to fire its lasers. The smoke is still wafting up from the skull. Buddy, make a reflex save.
Yeah. That's a very bad reflex save of 10.
With a 10, that's a critical failure.
It's inside the armor.
You are you are completely immobilized. You're functionally grappled by these plants. You can still attempt to escape, taking an action to pull them off of you, but you're completely immobilized. You
Okay,
can't
I'll
move.
take an escape attempt, try and pull them off, which is pretty good. That's a 29.
29 will free yourself.
Okay,
And
now
it's
I'm
still
gonna
difficult terrain though.
try. Okay, it's still. Oh, okay. So yeah, so I'll move as far as I can after Dalrin.
10, 20, 30, 40, 45, 50. You can get right by 20, 25?
Yeah, 20.
Oh, 20. That's it. You can get up to the edge of the entanglement
Your
right here.
movement's only 20?
I think it's only 20. Yeah, because
Armor.
I've got
Oh, because the armor slows
Heavy
you down.
armor.
Slow.
and I'm a slow guy anyways. So
So Rur,
A slow human.
from back behind the tree here, as this beam hits him, kind of stumbles a bit and turns to you, and you see a glow of indigo coming from his eyes. He puts his hands together and he casts a spell and casts Fireball.
I can't.
Why?
It says that I only use cantrips.
Oh, does this say cantrip specifically?
Yep.
I thought it was spells just in general.
Nope. It says that I.
Oh, offensive cantrips, yeah, specifically
Yep.
offensive cantrips.
And the only offensive cantrip I have is Divine Lance.
He throws a lance into Buford, which dissipates harmlessly as Buford is the greatest bastion of good.
So that does leave me with, well, actually, reflex save, I guess.
I mean, you're gonna do that, and then what do you have, like a...
A single action, and I have a concentrate out.
You're definitely gonna drop that.
Yeah,
So
so-
the calm motions is gonna be gone.
Yeah.
Do you have like a scimitar of Saren Ray or some kind of weapon?
I have a scimitar, yeah.
Yeah, you throw this lance, and it hits Buford, and you kind of feel it, but absolutely nothing happens. You're not moving anyway.
Yeah, just 21 for the reflex.
And you see him draw out his scimitar, his eyes still glowing. But as he does, the glow kind of fades a bit. He blinks a couple times, and you are no longer confused.
Could you imagine Fireball?
That would have been that bad, but it would have been funny.
Sucks.
Esvis.
I'm going to draw my thieves' tools, and I'm going to suddenly reappear back on this plane of existence and up, and go straight for the skull to mar the runes.
All right, give me 8 for each check.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's
It's
large. It's large.
It big.
28.
And with a 28, as you move up and take out your tools, without it blasting at you, it is significantly easier to get some of this to work. You dig down, patting away some of the mud and dirt, and get your tools down, and manage to scrape through the runes in the way that you know is going to interfere with the magical connection. And as you do, almost immediately, you can tell you're successful as the smoke fades away. And the glow you could even see around the sides of the totem embedded in the ground peters out. As it does, so too does the glow in all of the Gripply's eyes. And as you clear the runes, even reaching for an arrow, the Gripply stop and blink and kind of look around as if they have no idea how they got where they are.
Ah, well done.
Well done to you.
This is so much easier than the way we did it last time.
Well, look at it. Look at a SWAT team masterpiece. Totem takedown crew here. Experts.
Save the innocent bystanders and kill the totem. Problem solved.
You guys are so good at stuff now. Look how far we've come, chat. Look at the progress. So, as you knock this down, and as Esvis mars this out, the hail of arrows stops immediately, and they all kind of stop twitching. Their leader drops down almost out of view in the shrubbery for a moment, while the rest of you, here's my pile of little Gripply mans. Well, the rest of you, as Buddy hurries over, and Dalren and Esvis are making sure the totem is well and truly defeated. Sorry, go ahead.
Can I yell out in Mwangi? We don't want to hurt you.
As you call out, one of the Gripply, the one nearest to you, kind of looks at you, confused, and replies in a language that you have absolutely no idea what he's saying. They do not actually appear to speak Mwangi. But still, they seem to understand that you're not trying to kill them. They definitely make no further hostile actions, and pulling himself out from the grass, the leader holds his staff up and waves a hand and dismisses the waving plants in the area. They're trying to grapple onto everyone.
I'm trying to identify the language.
It's Gripply.
It's Gripply, believe it or not.
It's Frogman talk.
Oh, you're gonna attempt to, I'll go ahead and I'll give you that one. It literally took my brain like 8 seconds to process what you just said, and I wish I'd never made it there. It was like my cortex was unwilling to process what I just heard. It is in fact Gripply, believe it or not. So
Oh, there you go.
it took a second one to get to Dalren.
And Dalren rages.
Are you sure he's not the one confused? Because he's about to start beating you.
Would be the first time.
First lesson. Wham, wham, wham. No more puns.
Puns ruin draconic might.
What are the rest of you doing? Well, I guess that would be mainly, just Rur and
Is
Resme.
dusting myself off from the vines and walking over to the now disabled totem and my allies.
And Esvis, for your next totem, Kyrie JCP, your second recurring chat fan, got a hero point for you.
Kyrie JCB.
As the leader kind of gets their bearings where they are and looks across everyone and sees the three of you huddled around the totem, he calls out in a high-pitched, almost croaking voice, Rata! God Marga!
Yes, it's not very nice.
Is
But
it Mwangi,
it's
or
gone. Yeah.
they're speaking back in Mwangi?
I'm mostly trying to make myself understood through hand
Yeah.
motions because I'm not going to do the thing where I just speak in a language but louder.
And he sees the group and he sees Buford standing there, shining full plate hat on. Totem!
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Everyone's just,
That is a language that we all know, yes.
Do you speak Taldane?
Yes.
Really?
Wow.
Wow.
Why is this so surprising?
It is a pleasure to meet you. I am so happy to know you. You know, I really, it's nice to find someone like this around here, and
You're the
I'm just happy
first
to meet you.
person that he's been able to talk to in weeks.
Everyone just speaks Mwangi here. It's
and also
needed
most of the
translators.
people seem to be rather crazy, and you seem like really well put together. What was your name again? Because my name's Buddy.
It just looks confused between the two of you. Tom Taldane.
Buddy.
Oh.
I'm gonna walk forward with my hand outstretched.
He just kind of looks at your hand. Oh. And reaches a webbed little hand up to you and puts his hand like palm to palm with yours, like he understands the general intention of
I'm
what
gonna
you're
go, like,
going
tick,
for.
tick,
Do they
tick,
have
tick,
the
tick, tick, tick.
suction cup
They have the little
fingers?
suction cup fingers.
Yes!
Under your gauntlet.
I immediately want to pick him up and put
himself.
him on Buddy's armor.
Name George.
George. This is fantastic.
And he motions back
It
to
is
the
so
rest of
nice
his,
to meet you.
His allies.
We, Gripply, traders, travelers. That.
And he points down to the totem that you've taken down.
is Totem. Cinderclaw Totem.
Certainly is. They have-
Carries darkness in it.
Yep.
It took us.
Yep.
We
And he comes over very proudly, points to some incredibly tiny little notches in the side of one of the skulls.
we attacked it.
Impressive.
Very brave.
But not sure in between then and now.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's been taken care of. Where are you guys headed?
Well, we were traveling to you.
Then he motions and thinks for a second.
Ekujai, you have their words.
Oh, you're headed to Akravel.
Yes.
We're headed there too. Do you want to come with us?
Well, perhaps we can meet there. We are traveling. We meet more Gripply south than Ekujai in Akravel.
Oh, very well. It works. We're hunting Cinderclaws.
Yes. You are not Ekujai.
No, Osirian.
Especially, you are not Ekujai. And you are from across the seas?
Yes.
Or
He thinks for a second.
Rahudmi?
Rahudmi.
Rahudmi? The godless humans.
Rahadumi.
Yes.
I see.
Or boatmen?
I don't know any.
We're from
Isker.
Isker. Near Cheliax.
And Druma.
Is this across the seas?
Yes, it's across
Yes.
the sea.
I know little outside.
It's not too far from Taldor.
That I've heard through trade and merchants. There was one of his kind, humans, we used to meet with. I know of lands from Vidrian to Osirian to Rahudmi, but not further. Well, no boats.
Dalren, show them on your map where the other totems are so that they can avoid them. We don't want them getting.
Well, they're heading. There are no totems any more south of here. We took them away.
We head to river to meet other tribe of our Gripply.
exchange information, and then with Ekujai in Akrivel.
I see. In that case, I'd better show you.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull out the map he's been keeping, and he's going to show him the totem sites.
And he looks at. There are more of them.
A fair number.
I would avoid.
Many,
Yes.
many totems of darkness.
At least a handful.
Oh, speaking of which, Resme will go over and she'll start casting.
Yes, we're collecting this one. Avoid these sites. The Cinderclaws go there to see what happened to them. They won't find the totems, but they might find you.
That is fair. Word has traveled of these Cinderclaw monsters through the jungle, and we help with the information and scouting. Did not know of, he measures back this thing, Totem of Darkness until we found. We had heard of burning villages and took word in recent day of blasts deeper within. Have you seen... And he just kind of motions, like almost cutting his little frog hand in front of him, but sort of downward, where the rocks are gathered.
Yes.
Yes.
We did see that.
And he points at your map around where the mine shaft is.
Mm-hmm.
We have heard tales from there as well. We come to see and learn, and fight, if must, against their evil.
Good. Good.
At this point, the rest of the Gripply are just, they all kind of have their bows back slung, and they're just sort of gathered around. They're all completely unharmed, but talking amongst themselves a little bit behind George here.
How many are you, the Gripply, that seek to fight and seek to scout?
We are 4.
Esphus is going to like share some food a little bit, like kind of slowly walk over and offer little bits of jerky and tack and whatnot.
He will certainly take little bits of it. As a frog, they don't like chew it. He just puts the entire thing, and when he opens his mouth, it's like the entirety of it's like Canadian South Park character. The entirety of his head just kind of opens up, and he gulps things down
They are
whole,
frog people.
ripping them a little bit with his hands if it's too big before he puts it in. And George will be taking some and sharing it back to the Gripply behind him. We have brought 4. Our Gripply tribe, much smaller than Ekujai clans, more separate,
Ah.
but together, many, dozens.
I wouldn't go find them without. Maybe we can help each other out here.
Well, we have seen Totem of Evil and heard of explosions and fire. We seek not fight. These lands are Ekujai, not ours.
That's good. You know, I think Iomade that we found some decent folk around here, and is certainly glad to meet you.
It was only a matter of time before we would be able
You-
to help someone.
I thought so too at the time, but I was losing hope.
We attacked Darkness Totem, but our arrows did nothing to Large Totem. Then I remember we saw a cloud of fire and the face of dragons, and then now with you.
I'm also gonna really discreetly, kind of stealthily try and pull a little toothpick out of my arm that like looks vaguely reminiscent of a tiny arrow, and just like kind of throw it. Yep, don't worry about it.
Well, perhaps we can tell the Ekujai of the coming Gripply and let them in on our plans for the mine shaft. More distractions is less fighting.
I don't know if I want to put these guys in harm. I mean, they're we'll talk about it when we get to.
They can. I think they can decide as to how they would contribute. Certainly.
Just offering the opportunity if they want it.
Alrighty.
Well, we'll
They
keep-
seem awfully small, and I'm
We'll
gonna like
keep them
They are
safe.
very
I'm gonna
small.
twirl
They
the
are-
little
I don't know how
arrow
these are
in
not
my
tiny
hand.
size category, honestly. Like, they're incredibly diminutive little frog
the
men.
little arrow that did 6 damage to me. I'm
The
just gonna
picture
be
in the
like,
book is literally him riding a freaking dragonfly. So I mean, like, they're not big.
Yeah, but
That's not your normal
in
Probably a giant
Ockerville,
dragonfly, to be fair.
Well, we'll keep them safe. It'll be good to. Yes, we should definitely not try to have them be on the line, I should think. All right, very well. Well then, it's good to meet you, I suppose, unless we had anything else to do.
Ribbity, robbity, roo!
It's just the totem shrinks down, and all the Gripply kind of stagger back, and the archers reach for their bows, and the leader points his staff out towards it.
Oh, that was us. It's fine. We're
Oh.
just collecting it.
Just collecting it. Puts it in her bag.
We want to make sure that the Cinderclaws don't get their hands on these anymore.
Stranger.
What are you, boy?
You do good taking totems from Cinderclaws.
Yes, we don't want them to ever get them back.
Akujai will respect, as do Gripply.
Good.
Maybe. Or you're good at hiding. Maybe fighting from being hidden. Leading people away. Distraction.
Well, we seek, we watch and learn. Only fight when need or great evil.
Have you come across any other areas in the Cinderclaw area? Please look at my map. You can see that we've found a number of areas around here. And I'll just point out not only the totem areas, but the areas where the Cinderclaw base is,
Right.
as well as the burned out Elephant People
Don't
village.
go here. Don't go there.
This place sucks,
Avoid
this place
this.
sucks.
Is there any
Looks like-
place that you found that we shouldn't go that isn't on our map yet?
Don't go that way.
We are headed where you have been.
Oh, good.
Without meeting more Gripply and River, we know nothing
Of
what
course.
is south.
Very good then. Well, in that case, I suppose when we meet up at Acravel, we'll be able to exchange more information.
This will be good time for human and Akujai and Gripply. This is great victory.
Indeed. Are you hungry?
He just kind of
Food.
shakes. We thank for your strange meats, but they are rough and difficult to swallow. We can hunt. And we must go. We have tarried here much of the day. We may miss Southern Gripply.
Well, if you would like to wait until in the morning, I do have a spell that I can cast that will make your goings a little quicker.
He shakes his head and points at his staff. I have magic. We can travel.
I would imagine he has a spell similar to it. Very well. Good
Well,
luck in
it
your travels.
sure was a pleasure to meet you, and hopefully we see you down the road.
Yes, indeed. It's good to find more allies.
It's always great to find literally anything that doesn't try to kill you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like the most chatty of all people the rest of the
Technically,
day.
the totem didn't try to kill us.
That is true. You found a totem that didn't try to kill you either. It actually tried to make friends with you.
Yep. Be friends and sit in this. Your consciousness can sit in this void of fire and darkness, while the rest of your body plays friendly.
Sounds like a great time, Billy. Rur got a minor exposure to it. Got a little bit of it, but it
Didn't really do
It
anything.
didn't really take hold of you. It just kind of confused you. You're like,
Divine
"Ah."
Lance. Oh wait, you're good.
Oh, and wait, you're my friend.
Angry magic. So with that, and the remainder of the day left before you, you set up camp not too far from there. Renali, as always, would catch up sometime later in the afternoon, having found nothing in the jungle expanses to the north.
Renali doesn't get shot at again.
Yay!
You found the totem this time!
Yay!
Man, I was actually totally gonna have this totem mind control Valia if you sent them in this square and she was gonna be a part of the encounter.
Ah, there you go.
Oh,
I had the greatest ideas, and
You guys actually didn't send Team Action Team into it.
I really miss not casting Fireball at her.
Oh, it's Valia. Oh, she looks at mind control. Oh no, Fireball. There's nothing we can do. Fireball.
She's crispy now. That's so sad.
But as you meet up for the night and exchange your brief information,
We got a new one.
Vinali and Valia not having much for you, and you telling them you found the totem. Vinali very much grateful that she didn't have to walk into the totem this time, but concerned that this one didn't seem to have any kind of effect on the environment. Perhaps the totems that are far from Cinderclaw, close to Acrivel, are less strong.
Oh, that's possible.
They also
could've
may be newer.
Yeah, been here for less time.
Have had less time to infect their magic on the area.
Valia, that would make a lot of sense actually. What we saw back west of the east of the creek by where you found the mines would have taken some time to corrupt a landscape like that. And it would make sense after all. They'd start by planting some of the totems closer to their base and working outwards, so perhaps the closer we are to Acrivel, the safer we'll be.
Or it's also possible that the creatures capable of using the magics needed to make those more powerful totems stayed back nearer to base to strengthen their stronghold and sent weaker ones out this way who were not capable of establishing such able defenses.
Possible.
Either
That's
way,
why.
you all seem entirely unharmed.
Exactly. Yes. No. It was actually surprisingly easy.
We made
Well,
friends.
It took control of me for a mere moment, but
Is that what happened? I couldn't understand. It I don't know. It hit me. I didn't feel nothing.
That is kind of worrisome. Totem that can take mind.
It was super weak, though. I wouldn't worry about it. Didn't seem to have much of any effect at all.
Yeah. You shrugged it off pretty quickly. It looked like.
luckily it controlled my minor magics, which fortunately cannot harm my allies. So
But what if else? What if Esphis?
well, then we would have been in quite the danger. But that is fortunately not what happened.
Yep. Glad I was invisible.
Well, is good then. We rest. Almost to Acrivel. Only a few days.
Yes.
Excellent.
And then we rest.
Yeah, it'll be really nice to sleep in a bed.
Alright, go ahead and make me the olden camp preparation checks.
I'll assist you this time.
Oh, I really used
We
up
have the
my...
same. But we have the same.
Good point.
That's a 29, so you're assisted.
Let's do it.
You could do free reroll if you want.
I'm going to free reroll.
Very halfling lucky setting up this camp.
That's slightly
Okay,
better.
that's fine. 25.
Okay, so 25, once again, you'd be able to successfully put camp together. Nothing horrible happens to you in the night.
Right.
It turns out
Hooray!
free rerolls are insanely valuable.
And the next morning, you're ready for further exploration. So this is a
This is a 2 hex
this is a
day.
2 hex day. I assume that you are just going to go due west
Yes.
via either the northern or southern hex, and you'll have Renali and Valia scout the other one.
I'm gonna cast.
I think he's got it on us.
Yeah.
He's been.
I'm just making you. I can't imagine what else you could possibly
Yeah.
do.
You're
I'm
not
gonna
wrong.
cast our travel to location spell, so I guess technically you get to pick.
Oh, you're getting the straight to Acrivel?
Yep.
Okay. So straight to.
It highlights a path. I follow that path.
Okay. If you're taking the one that is straight there, you're actually not going to explore the hexes you're walking through.
It's just me. They can still wander around and explore. I just have to follow the path.
I think we all just want to get to Acrivel at
Yeah,
this
we
point.
just want to
Well,
go.
no. There's a lot
no,
of
we-
unexplored
yeah.
space. We really need to go and hit that and be thorough. Especially
Yeah.
we could walk by something important.
But I want a bath.
well,
We'll be fine. We
It's
can.
the same thing that we used heading down to the
but
elfin
we were
people's
just getting
village.
there.
Well, we explored that text. We explored those though, right?
Yeah.
Head down to
You
the
had
elfin
pretty
village.
much just gone straight down. It worked out. You didn't find anything on the way down there. Yeah, I guess if you're making your way back towards Acrivel, you can do the 2 hexes and you can still explore. So you want to go north or south? I guess south would be the one that would
Yeah.
take you through, and Renali will go north again.
That works.
Them kind of looping around to meet through with you. So you take off.
We'll just do this.
Yeah, getting to travel much faster this time, getting to make your way through the jungle with fantastic magical Saren Ray haste.
Running
Saren
straight
haste.
into something.
And as you just journey through the jungle, over the course of the morning and then the afternoon, getting even into near evening where you're getting ready to settle down. You do, in fact, because it's impossible to just have a good time and experience happiness,
We run into Galenor, don't we?
you run into
I heard a laser blast.
another.
Why? Why? I'm so sick of these
It's
things.
totally predictable.
Man,
This-
this is really
I mean,
close to
This
Ackerville.
this totem is
incredibly
only
close.
15 to 20 miles away from Ackerville.
That's terrifying.
It is very close to the Ekajai city itself.
Huh.
And
Well, that must mean the blindness must not be very big.
based on the introductory blast, it is wholly active. Buddy, as always, leading the way here. Unless somebody else is out in
No.
front.
Yeah, that's
Nope.
That's fine.
You are going to have a 32 for a beam crashing into you.
Okay, well that
Only a
hits.
normal hit, actually.
And I'm going to need a fortitude save.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a
Not 20.
No, it's a 19 with a plus 14.
33.
We'll take it.
33 just barely doesn't critically succeed. You are completely blind.
Aha!
Ah.
And I need everyone else in your dawning moment of collective understanding
Oh, I'm ready for this.
to roll me some initiative.
Everyone get +1.
Still working.
Still working.
I can't complain.
All right. Buddy?
I go to someone else first, actually.
Okay. Rur,
I got a 33.
pretty
29.
solid. Dalren?
31. And that's my maximum, actually.
Resume?
29.
Who wants to go first?
Wisdom boys.
Resume can go first, is fine.
Espus?
27.
Oof. What happened?
Yeah,
You're
man.
supposed to be the leader, dude. What happened here? Okay, that's definitely a villain point for the boy Totem. Miko Rems giving me a villain point reroll for this initiative, moving me down to dose. Well, that's higher. It went up, but with a 22, it is still very much going to be at the bottom. And as this totem blasts out its laser, of course, they certainly didn't leave one so close to the Ekajai lands completely undefended. A Chiruka hops out. A single, lone Chiruka.
I don't trust it.
Looking kind of like the one that had come after you before, that had led the Boggarts against you. But whereas that had some draconic influence, this one is near a dragon with just barely the slightest vestiges left of what was once a Chiruka inside it. Massive scaled wings expand from its back, mounted with talons but top and bottoms. It has a spiked mane leading down its back to a tail that winds out almost like 10 feet, almost comically oversized for the still relatively small Chiruka that is here. And as it jumps out, barely the only thing left of what it once was is its face.
Wow.
Wow.
Truly overcome with draconic influence.
Oh, and
This
it even has its own little token.
little creature
No, it's not something.
crawls out in a language that only Dalren, I think, would understand. In Draconic. You cannot stop Cinderclaws! I am Dragon!
Your grammar is terrible.
And I'm going to spend a second villain point for that last as well. That is Dark Fang. I roll a 2 and a 4 before the rerolls. And that Extinction Curse that went back in the same one. And
I'm
just gonna
happy with that. Get those villain points
put
out of
him
here.
up here. All right. Rur.
I think you know what I'm doing. Calm emotions.
Oh.
All right. So with a quick spell to attempt to stop him from doing things that are terrible,
Just make him sit down and stop.
what the thing? He is going to get a 31.
He does not critically succeed, so he takes a -1 on all offensive actions.
Okay. And you got one action left.
And any mental effects affecting him are purified for the time being.
He's just regular, man.
Yeah.
It's not really a mental
That's just
effect.
what the spell does.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
And then I'm going to move over. It looks like I can get just to this bush.
The shrubberies of safety.
Yep. Just
Protect
get behind
me.
a big old root, hunker down in a bush.
Dalren.
Shrubbery.
All right.
There's a pretty big expanse of murky land and thick
I'll yell to
undergrowth
Buddy to
between
come
the
over to
pair
me.
of you.
Guess that's 70. That's 75.
Dalren's running.
75, 80, 85, 90. So 90 feet of movement. I'd have 15 feet left over. Can I just like run into this thing to try to knock it over?
You cannot. Sprinting through this thick undergrowth and up to it is going to be those 3 actions.
So in that
As you
case,
throw yourself at it, you could ready to throw yourself at it.
well, I'd like to not stop right in front of it and get blinded immediately. So I'd actually like to stop and cover then if I can't make it and push it. So I'm gonna end behind this tree over here.
Okay. Still
that's-
through all that difficult terrain, I believe that's probably still 3 actions to get. there.
Actually, if I pop my bracelet, I go to 45-foot move speed. So I think I can make it, especially if I walk up here first and then cut through it.
Keep bleeding.
Oh.
Yes, I can do it.
Counting. Okay, one action left.
One action left, I'll take cover.
Okay.
No, rage. What am I talking about? Rage.
This is the least barbarian thing you've ever done in your life. I'm gonna take cover. No, I'm not gonna take cover. Screw those guys.
He's a dragon.
He used bad grammar.
Yeah.
Resume.
Resume is going to pop over to where Rur is. Just get a little closer. Can I still see the dragon from there?
No, there's a huge tree that Dalren's hiding behind right here. Neither of you can.
Then I need to get where I can see him. There.
That's pretty much like down
That's
here.
fine.
Yeah.
Because I needed to get 5 feet closer. And Resume will wave her arms and cast out Temporis, and she'll cast slow on him.
Okay. Going to get a 21.
That's going to fail.
Three
He is
turns.
Slowed 1 for 3 turns. 4 turns.
That was just 3.
No, pretty sure it's
Buddy.
4.
I am going to, whatever. Do I know just even though if
You are
I'm blinded?
You're completely and totally blind. So you kind of
What-
came around this corner.
So I didn't see like the beam coming towards me from a direction.
You would have heard it blast.
So
And
general
know it's
direction
vaguely
left.
That way, right?
Okay, I'm gonna go generally that way.
All right. So
Oh, it's for a minute.
10, 20,
Yeah.
10, 20.
He's just
all
slowed
3
1 for the
movements.
whole fight.
And I'm
10,
just
20.
like wondering. I don't think I can move. Can I move full speed? while
It's
I'm moving?
everything's difficult terrain to you. And the difficult,
already
actually, the difficult
difficult,
terrain
yeah,
is
it's
greater
already-
difficult terrain. So yeah, it'd be 10, 20, 20, 20. That's as
Yeah.
far as you can get. And
Yeah, that's fine.
every square is 20 feet of movement.
Yeah.
And as you feel your way through this growth here, your vision slowly starts to return, and you are no longer blinded. Espis.
Free action. Activate the boots. I love these boots. And I will move. Actually, no. Okay, yeah, it's a free action, so I will move. I'll get to about here. And I will hunt prey on him. And I will skirmish strike. So then I will just take one more step and take a shot at him. Now
You
he's
cannot step in difficult terrain unless there's something that gives you that.
Oh, that's correct. Okay, my bad. So then I will just hunt a shot, take 2 shots. So do I need to do a concealment check?
No, he's not actively in that. He's coming out from around the tree. He's not hidden right now.
Okay. All right, so first shot. I'm going to hero point that. That one's going to be from Deadly Doll. Thank you, Deadly Doll.
My lover.
It's been a drainer day for hero points.
It
for
has.
Sure.
They've been getting refreshed about as fast as we use them, though.
So they're coming pretty quickly.
So that's much better. Not by much, though.
Much better might not make a difference.
That's true. 22 armor class.
22, as he comes out, he just dips under. He's very small, and he's still a very quick Chiruka, seemingly even much faster than a standard one.
Okay, second shot. Ooh, that's very good. That'll be a 30 armor class.
30 will hit.
Okay. He will take 9 points of magical piercing damage.
Alrighty.
And that is
We're
it for
getting to
me.
the point that you might actually have to start specifying magical piercing.
And with that, as he takes that strike, slowed, he is going to start screaming, shrieking, and howling like Chiruka are so wont to do.
Like they do.
And he is going to fly over most of this difficult terrain to here. And then flying just above the ground, opening his tiny little baboon mouth, he lets loose a massive wave of crackling fire out from his mouth. A huge cone that is going to wash out across Buddy and Dalren. And I'm going to need reflex saves from you two.
I love the full plate bonus.
Is it like a
I
30
may.
Free reroll.
I am so proud
Bad
of you.
No.
Point.
Free reroll.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it reaches right. I think it's just barely off reaching
Ha.
there.
Didn't you use the free reroll on
That was
something
yesterday
else?
night.
New
That
day.
was yesterday.
Oh, dang it. Why?
Ah, turning. Ah! Whoa.
Hey, yo.
Well, I thought that was a 1 again, but it is not. In fact, a 1. It is a 7, which is good. That's a 19.
And Dalren?
I rolled a 26.
Okay, Dalren's going to take half, and Buddy's going to take the full from this fire blast here. You're going to take...
I don't like that. I don't like that either.
He already has the number in his
It's
head.
going
He's
to be
just rolling dice.
28 damage, fire damage to Buford, and 14 fire damage to Dalren, as he lets forth what appears to be the breath of a full-blown dragon, flames washing through the undergrowth. And as that fades, the underbrush around you, this massive tangled briar you're picking through here, is just flames and smoldering in every direction. A huge just reach of charred filth around both of you. And then the totem, as Dalren's pretty solidly in cover, Buford's still going to be the closest. That's going to fire again for a 40.
Okay, that is going to critically hit.
I'm going to need a fortitude save.
Okay. A 19.
So the 19 is a failure, so that's going to demote it to a critical failure. As it crit you, right as your vision starts to come back, you see just another beam hit you, and you go completely blind again.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
So you can all see this
Singeing.
totem doesn't even really appear to have any color. The blasts that are coming out of it are dark, and the smoke emanating out from the eye holes in the skull itself almost just looks like regular smoke. No color glows for us from this totem whatsoever.
Yeah, that makes sense for what appears to be happening.
Rare.
I'm gonna hold my position here, focus the concentration on calm emotions, which
Okay.
one action. Recall knowledge doesn't apply to this thing, does it?
Totally good. It is. You can use either society or arcana.
Well, because I'm always recalling knowledge as we're going.
Oh
around.
yeah, I
All
forgot
right.
I wasn't.
What's your is your arcana higher than your society?
Society's a 10, Arcana is 1.
Oh. So I guess at this point it doesn't matter because you've clearly seen this thing has gotten some serious draconic influence and it has full-blown dragon breath. So it's much more powerful than the thing that came after you before.
Well, we are going to try Crisis of Faith, which is... He's not a divine caster, is he?
As you look at him, you can actually tell that he doesn't appear to have any traces of magic whatsoever. He has this dragon power that's been granted to him, but it's not inherently a spell. It's just a divine font of power, much like the volcanic eruption the other one had.
Okay.
But he doesn't look to have any kind of magical prowess.
I actually need one more d.
Okay.
So I need a will save from him.
Okay. He's gonna get He's gonna get a lot. 35.
All right, he critically succeeds, and it doesn't do anything. And that's my turn.
All right, Dalrin.
This has more d6s than my
Okay.
other spells.
So if I could get my recall knowledge also, because I forgot I had that up because I'm not used
Okay.
to it.
So,
Arcana's 11, Society's also 11.
yeah, I mean, at this point, there's not a whole lot you could really know about them. Any much more than you already do.
Okay, fair enough.
We completely forgot about recall knowledge.
I mean, yeah, he looks like fire probably won't hurt him.
Yeah, probably fire will not hurt him.
Probably immune. Maybe just go ahead and skip that stuff.
Just yeah, let's assume that. All right, so first things first. Dalrin's gonna focus that totem down. So with a 45 feet of movement, I can actually move and actually not go around the Chiruka. I can actually go around the back of the tree.
And as you go even from here to leave, that incredibly long tail winds around behind the breath and snatches at your leg as you go to leave that very first square.
Huh.
And his tail is going to strike out at you. This is an aggressive, so you got -1 for a 28.
That's a normal hit.
And it's going to trip you up
And
enough to disrupt that move action. It is also,
Not actually trip, right?
no, going to hit you with enough force to deal 21 damage.
Enough force, you say.
This tail wraps down and lashes up through you like a cracking whip.
just feel my meniscus tear a little bit there.
So you lose that action and you take 21 damage.
Ah,
You fiery little monkey.
deal with you in a minute. That was probably his only reaction. So let's run around again.
Tail twists up towards you. No, I'm kidding.
Oh boy!
Wraps up me, picks me up, whams me on the ground.
Picks you up and beating you against the tree.
Throws you 35 feet back.
So take the rest of your actions to get to this
With 45 feet of
Totem.
movement?
10, 20, 25, 30, 40. No, you can get there.
Boom. And then kick that thing down.
Fireman kick. Boom.
That's a 24. I don't know if that's going to do it, but I have a hero point here that says...
Do I give you a hero point? Or do you want to go with a 24?
Aren't hero points after you hear the result?
It is not, no.
Nope.
No,
Yeah.
no trust.
No, that was mythic points.
25.
25 as you run up, without unable to get a bunch of momentum from the difficult terrain and this thing lashing out at you. You hit the totem and cock it a bit. You don't knock it over as you feel its gaze sort of refocus to you. Resme.
Resme will see that Dalrin's in trouble, but not really be able to do that much about it. So she will focus her energy on this troublesome monkey dragon thing, and she will cast out again, targeting him, Agitatus, and she'll cast Agitate on him.
He is going to get a 29 on his will save, question mark, right?
Yes.
It's
And
a succeed.
that will succeed, but he will still be, he still needs
Glitchy.
to move or take damage for his next turn.
I think I got one action left.
I will shield because I don't like that thing.
Oh boy!
Buddy, vision return for a brief moment, completely blind again.
I'm going to move forward just slightly, the 5 feet, and then I'm going to shield up.
Alright, so I'm gonna turn on.
I have no idea, but
Come at me, you heathens! And, Espis, you can tell that Buford clearly can't see what's happening.
He's one more step in front of you, and
oh, damn it!
not like I think it was that Hunchback of Notre Dame guy. I'm free. I'm free. Anyway, so I'm going to move through this difficult terrain because my boots are cool, and I'm going to move right here to this corner of the totem, and then I'm going
Wherever the corner of
wherever the corner of the
corner
totem
of
is.
the totem is, yeah.
And then I'm going to hunted shot on him real quick.
Excuse me. Ping, ping.
Yeah. So first shot is a 20 armor class.
20 is going to glance off. He's not even looking in your direction, but it just deflects off of his wings.
Okay.
Him having, seemingly having as much protection as a proper dragon scale.
Fair enough. And second attack is a 27.
27 will hit.
Okay. for 9 points of magical piercing damage.
Okay.
And then Thieves' Tools.
We go scratching at this thing.
We going scratching at the
Trying
thing.
desperately to rip it up.
So thievery check.
Yes.
All right.
Do you have your tools out? You have your tools in the bandolier?
I did not have them prepared out, so
you have
it's
to
an
get your
interact action to
tools
pull
as the
them. That's
last
fine.
one.
So yep. Okay.
Don't you have a bandolier?
I do, but
Not with thieves tools.
they're not with Thieves' Tools. I
Okay.
don't think that's gonna matter.
So the dragon thing, seeing you two run up to it, you reaching for something, Dalren just trying to slam into it. He just screeches out again in Draconic, "No! I am Jax! I will defeat you!" And flies back over towards you. His maw open. Tiny little Chiruka mouth. And flies straight into you. Like using himself as a projectile, basically, to try to bite on.
I am part
Shaft
of
of,
the
this, of the polearm.
He was going to get a 39.
Oh,
38 common motions.
Huh?
38 common motions.
Ah,
-1.
then he only particularly crits me instead of really critting me.
He can move and attack.
That is 2 actions,
No,
yes.
he doesn't have 2 actions.
Totally does.
He
Oh, that's
does.
right.
So
He does.
He has to
I know.
move as a part of one.
He has
That's
only
right.
2 actions.
So he is going to bite down onto you for math. 34 damage. And his tiny little jaws just rip through. Him having some kind of unimaginable strength behind him. This thing puts the Barghest that you fought in the caves to shame in pure physical power. And additionally, you take 5 fire damage
I'll take 2, thank you.
from the fire crackling inside his maw at all times. And as he just kind of bites onto you, he does only have 2 actions, so that's all he gets. This totem is gonna, you're both equally close, it's gonna fire at one of you. It's gonna be Esvis, and as a blast comes down, it's gonna be a 32 to hit you.
That'll hit.
Hey, he doesn't critical.
A
Doesn't critical.
Fortitude save.
Okay. Forta. Here. 22.
22 will fail, and you two are stricken completely blind.
Dang it. Like, yep.
So as you pull out your tools, this thing blasts and the world just goes dark. The world is dark.
Oh god.
And we are alive.
Oh, it makes me so happy. Rare.
I'm caught in a little bit of a conundrum. I'm going to maintain calm emotions for now, and I'm going to spend 2 actions to come out to Buddy's side. And that'll be my turn for now. I'm going to say, Buddy, hold still for a second.
Dalren. You're not actually like physically grabbed or anything. He's just biting
He's
on
just
you.
shredded through my
he's a small
shoulder.
little like 3.5 foot monkey. He's no bigger than a regular Chiruka, save for his wings and his enormous tail.
Stupidly big tail. Alright, kind of pushing him away for a minute to recenter myself from my bleeding injuries. One more time and just try to shoulder this thing over. Just lean it.
Please
push
stop
it.
Totem.
That's my last hero point.
Ooh, it's getting spooky.
There's the spoopy hero point.
You gotta believe.
Thank you, Robbot. Ghost, thank you earlier.
I'm also down to 1. If that makes you guys feel
We're
any
so
better.
sad for you.
I've only got 1 villain point.
Woo! That's a little better. What is that? That's a 26.
26.
Oh, you're
That
inching
is-
your way up there.
Knock the totem over.
Over.
26 is what it takes to topple this pillar.
24. No. 25. No.
Oh, 26. That's the tick.
That's the tick.
So as this falls over, Jax cries out in just a wordless flaming rage, little bits of gouts of flame coming out of his mouth. You can't just knock it over!
I'm so sad we can't all understand that.
And you have 2. Yeah, this is Draconic.
And I have
You
2 actions left. And now we knock you over. And I'm going to 5-foot step away, and as I swing back, just bring the geese arm around to slash across him. Get back here, you. Ah, that's only a 20.
Yeah, 20, he's just going to dip under, because he's flying. He's off the ground. He'll just dip under like a little imp. Resume.
Resme, seeing that they're both dicing with this thing, and worried about Esvis, will cast out Protectum and give you resist fire.
Thank you.
So you have 5 points of fire resistance.
Okay.
And then she's gonna duck behind that tree because she doesn't like being near the fire. The
Please
fire
no
sucks.
set on fire.
This is
Foreshadowing.
nice things.
You okay over there?
Buford.
I'm gonna wait. I've been told to
blind.
wait, so I'm going to freeze. My foot was in action, and I'm gonna freeze.
Okay. You wait till after rear, I assume.
Yep.
Esvis, also now completely blind. You hear a massive cacophony as what's certainly the totem falling over.
And you hear Dalrin speaking
Kinda
Draconic,
like what happened to
apparently.
your
Here's
house the other
Draconic and this thing speaking Draconic at each other.
Can I put a hand out for the totem and then walk my way up towards the skull?
You could, but there's no way without being able to see you'd be able to make the thievery check to mar the runes out properly. But it's at least not going to be able to fire while it's toppled.
Gosh, this sucks. I'm gonna wait until I can see. I'm gonna hold until I can see, and then when the moment my vision comes back,
Okay. So Jax just calls out, "No! You stupid! I'm mighty!" and flies over to the head of the totem and stands it back up.
He pushes it back up.
I hate this shit.
Flapping his little wings with incredible strength, he flips it back up like it's a bowling pin, just riding it back up on the ground. And that's 2 actions. I got 2. And the totem is gonna blast Dalrin
God dang it, he gets back up and still shoots.
for a 30.
That's a normal hit.
Give me a fortitude save.
I'm out of hero points, so that's 17.
With a 17, I'm out of blindness cards, so the 2 halves of the table are gonna have to
I'll
share.
just read this one.
You 2 are stricken completely blind. Rare.
I'm not
All
flat-footed when I'm blind.
You are actually not. No, I think it says you are flat-footed to attacks.
Doesn't.
Okay, well then no, you're not. You just can't see anything, and everything's concealed from you as the penalty.
But you can still dodge really well, so
Yeah,
it's
it
okay.
doesn't matter. You don't even see them dodging. It's easy.
So, I'm gonna maintain the calm emotions. I have another 6 rounds left on that.
Okay.
And I'm going to look over to Buddy and his freshly blinded eyes, and I'm going to channel Restore Senses.
You were literally not flat-footed. Wow, that's so weird. Okay, so as you pull out your magic here, what is Restore Senses?
I attempt to counteract as if it was like a poison or something, but it's for a sense that is not naturally affected. Like if someone's naturally deaf or naturally blind, I can't cure that.
Okay, so it's a counteract check versus, I imagine, the DC of the effect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Same as a poison or a
Right.
disease. That's a natural 20. So
That's good because he
So
critically failed, so
32.
he was blind for 24 hours.
Yeah.
So wow! With Rur's magic, Buford's vision returns once more.
I once was blind.
As you can see, some clearly blind elves dealing with a kind of off-kilter totem that doesn't seem to be set very firmly in the ground anymore.
I'm gonna say, Buddy, smack you on the back, get him.
So you have 1 action left, I assume.
No, concentrate 2 action.
All right, concentrate. Buford.
I'm gonna sprint towards the totem. I get about almost to it.
2,
I am a
3,
speedy
4.
man.
20, 10, 20.
You'd get right to it.
You get right to it,
Yeah,
and
you
then you
can-
get a
you
third
can
action to knock it over.
Well,
Well, no,
10,
besides
20,
doing-
10, 20.
20.
And then
Yeah,
another
Oh,
I
you
get
don't have
there.
25 movement.
You
just
get
have...
to it
20, yeah.
with the full move.
I am a slow man.
Dalren.
So I am.
Oh, you are flat-footed because everything is hidden to you, and that's a subset of being hidden to you is that you're flat-footed.
Oh.
It has like detection things like you.
Okay. Okay.
I was like, that doesn't make any sense, but okay. But yeah, that's right. So, Dalren.
So Dalrin's blind, but the totem didn't. He saw where the totem was, and it
Yeah.
doesn't
It's
move.
very large. You could absolutely just not get back over again.
So I'm gonna flip the geese arm sideways, and I'm gonna push towards the totem where I feel it click when I hit it, and then I'm just gonna lever that thing back down.
No! You can't just keep knocking Totem over!
Well, let's see what the dice say.
Well, let's see what the dice say. I don't know. Maybe I can't. Oh, not if I roll like that. I can't.
That's the 4th 5 in a row.
It is. I think this die is tired. I think this die needs to go
Do
there.
not pass go.
If you're tired, you go to jail.
That's kind of a bad thing, isn't it?
So you-
I feel like a jerk.
Tired jail.
Yeah, so that was only a 19 to push it
Yeah,
over.
19. You find it as a first action.
All right,
Now it's a shoving basically. So you're gonna have a -5 on this because it's still attack traded shoves to knock this thing over.
Oh, it's a shove. Oh, that's so sad. Huh.
Hey, you spent your first action finding it. Now you're there.
Just roll
Please.
good.
I mean, I literally have nothing better to do.
Please.
'cause I'm-
Roll.
Well, you
What?
Natural 20.
See?
Believe in the me that believes in you.
And he flips the totem back over the other way. And as it lands down in the mud again, you hear a pretty resounding crack as it collapses. And you can see for a moment the smoke coming out of it kind of wavers a bit.
I don't see a dang
But,
thing.
yeah, to those of you who are
I
not
would see
completely
it.
blind. At least you have one action. You can definitely tell, I mean, this is a shrieking, yelling Chiruka. You know he's right next to you. But you are blind.
So I'm going to step away from
Cannot
shrieking.
step because all terrain is difficult terrain.
I will.
What are you doing, Darren?
I'm just gonna swing that dang
Tails,
thing.
go get you!
It really is. I was like, well, in that
God.
case, I'll wait a minute.
Give me -10. Just roll another 20.
I can just roll another 20. Just try to catch him. But concealment check first, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yes, you need an 11.
That is not an 11.
Alright, so you just blindly kind of sweep in his general direction. Resme.
Resme will kind of poke out and go, oh good, it's down again, and cast a magic missile on that thing, on the flying monkey thing, because she wants to distract it and she would
Okay.
like it to be hurt.
Can you see it from where you are?
Yeah, so
Yeah, I'm just gonna
come
step
back.
out.
You gotta
It's
step
just a
back
straight
out, then you
shot.
can do 2 magic missiles.
Yeah, I'll do 2 magic missiles,
So,
Pew,
44.
and I'll make that little noise because it's important.
Yes.
The pew pew is very important to the
It
casting
is.
of the magic missile. You can't do a magic missile without pew pew.
Could you imagine pew-pewing enough times for like a 9th level magic missile?
Pew, 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 pew.
That'll be 12
It's like
damage.
Morse code. So as these strike into him, you see him shudder a couple times. Espus doesn't see anything. He's blind.
Can I see yet?
Nope.
I can't see yet.
Nope.
Well, this sucks.
You've been waiting a moment. You can hear Dalren swooping. You hear the totem fall over the other direction. You hear this creature shrieking in Draconic. He's very upset. You can't see anything, though.
I'm just gonna drop my bow, draw my rapier, and then that's an interact action. So,
Yeah. Okay.
so if he has attack of opportunity.
He does not have normal attack of opportunity.
Okay.
No.
So, and then I'm just gonna like, you know what? I hear something hitting somewhere, and just try and stab.
Yeah, buddy.
You hear that the creature is not in melee range of you. I mean, he's talking. He's vocal.
Oh, okay, then
Like-
never mind. What the heck? Well, but I've got the thieves' tools in one hand. No, I guess I'm just gonna sit here like a bump on a log, like, buddy, help.
Sucks.
I enjoy a hood over my eyes, but this is ridiculous.
And as you say that,
Whoa.
how much longer is this? This is last round of. It's a minute, right?
It's
So
a
he's
whole
just
It's a whole
minute. It's like
minute.
10 rounds.
So he is just going to savage and enraged fury into Dalren here. He is very
He's gonna
upset.
be slowed for as long as calm emotions is
He's very upset, and he just lays into you. Not that you can see it to defend yourself, flat-footed as you are.
And he would finally feel a slight tinge of something in the
No.
back of his brain.
But he is going to.
You will be
He
enfeebled,
is
and I will
going
get
to
some
be
resistance.
enfeebled. You're going to get resistance, so it's like you got to hit him first. But
I don't think that'll be a problem.
he's going to have a 25 versus 5 on the first swing.
Wow, 25? Really? That's okay. Yeah, that's a normal hit. He just normally hits me.
Okay, and then
The surprise.
and then yeah, he is going to take 8 less damage from this, and then he is going to be enfeebled as well. So he is going to whack you for 9, 18 damage, so 10 after Buddy's resistance, and then 7 fire.
Okay, so 4 fire. Getting mileage out of that desert elf.
And then he is going to swipe with a claw, now somewhat enfeebled for math as his attack modifier. It's going to be a 20, also common motions, 22.
22 miss. I'm flat-footed. Just
22
hits.
versus you flat-footed. And then he's going to sweep one more claw at a... Third attack, enfeebled. common
Minus
motions,
13.
Minus his agile, so it's minus 11. Is just going to completely go wide, yeah. It was a natural one. That's just like, stop.
I,
You're not...
I think he's still slowed, unless it was Chiruka screaming.
Chiruka
Chiruka screaming, okay,
This is
yeah.
2 actions.
Yep, you go.
But that claw is going to catch you for 14 after the enfeebled.
Dalren's looking a little punch drunk and woozy. He probably can't take another hit like that.
The totem is still in the ground. And those of you who can see this creature, you can see it go into a frenzy as it attacks. That was only 2 actions for those 3 swings.
Wow.
Rur.
Well, currently, Dalren's taking quite the beating.
Like I do.
He's
And
also more than 30 feet away.
he is more than 30 feet away, but that doesn't matter if I stop concentrating. So we're going to stop concentrating. The -1's not worth
He
Dalren
somehow
falling
becomes
down.
even angrier. That was calm. guys.
Calm dragon guy.
So I'm going to pump a 2-action heal into you using reach.
I'll take it, thank you.
45.
Thank you. To 47.
Ooh,
I've never been that
3d10
low.
plus 24 is really nice.
buddy. You were at 2.
I was at
That was
2.
the bad times.
That was the bad
Those
times.
damage rolls were pretty bad.
That was pretty rough.
So I'm just gonna move around to the other guy because I didn't actually see anybody get tripped. So I move all the way over to try and get
Around by Dalren, around by Espis.
around by Dalren.
And as you come to move through here, he is going to, you didn't see the tripping happen. You were already blind by that point. But the tail is going to come twisting out, still enfeebled. That's going to be my last villain point from Bruning B. Reduce this 2 on the die. This tail comes wrapping out around for...
Is that another 2?
No, that's still single bit, still awful. It only went slightly up. I'm positive it doesn't hit you. I'm doing mental math very, very slowly. 23.
I did not. I see it just at the last moment and do a little like hop skip, get out of the way.
Oh, that's square dancing coming out.
And you move up to him.
And then I'm going to just and I'm just gonna do a kind of, actually a hammer down, try and get him out of the air.
Stop! And then, because I was going to give it to Dalren when I came back around. But I forgot, so I'll do it now before I forget again, because so much stuff happens in a round. Handsome Ganker. A heroic point for heroic deed to Dalren. And I'm reminded, because Sage Lightspeed also just redeemed another one for Dalren.
Oh my
Nice.
gosh.
So,
Nice.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank
you're not
you.
allowed to be at 0. It's illegal. Get hero points.
SOB, save our barbarian.
All right.
So that is a 29.
A 29 will hit.
And then that's for 13.
Okay.
And then I'm going to shield.
And it was, remind
It
me the
was
names.
Sage Lightspeed and Handsome Ganker.
I like both of those people.
And now, Dalren, still blinded. It is your turn.
This is very annoying.
No idea what you're feeling. You're being ripped apart, burned, and then just healed, and you can't see anything. This is like the weirdest, surrealist
He's
nightmare.
about chest level on your right, a little bit higher than chest level now. Nope. Yep. Yep. Right about there.
Right, straight down. Wham!
Concealment.
Fail.
Try it again.
Let's try it again.
Concealment.
Pass.
All right, and then it is -5. Because the swing does stuff.
Natural 20.
Oh, baby! He gets a little detector in there, feels some wing, and then comes back down with a mighty strike.
It's just like feeling out the totem. You had to find him and then.
Okay, that's 8, so 32 lightning damage with the critical.
A small sonic boom is heard in the
So
background.
with this massive hit, Buford, you'd see this thing smacked almost to the ground before it flaps again to pull itself back up. Clearly injured, but not severely.
I'm still blind. I don't know whether I've hit this thing.
I think you can probably feel that you hit the dragon.
Okay, that's
Like,
good.
You can definitely tell that you were hitting it.
Let's try it again. I've got third action and I got literally nothing left to do with it.
Roll concealment, then roll under 20.
Concealment fails.
So you got one good one in there. And if you fling at the pinata enough times. Resume.
I'm gonna take one move action to come toward it.
Okay, so 5, 15, 25.
And then she will focus in on it and cast Agitate and attempt to take actions away from it.
Stop doing things that I don't like.
Please make a will save.
Okay, well, let me see. We'll save Reno.
Oh,
What's the
won't
range on
save.
Agitate?
It is 30, but I have Reach.
Reach is another action. It's 3 actions to cast a Reach spell.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, I
Can
don't think
I
you
have
can
hit
reach
it from where I was?
Yeah, you could Reach spell it from where you are.
What spell you cast?
Agitate.
Agitate.
Oh yeah.
So you won't move. You'll just do the Reach.
Yeah, I'll just do the
and
Reach.
we'll end up with a 31 as the will save.
That will not critically succeed, so it will still be for 1 turn. It has to move or take damage.
All right, Esvis.
Still blind.
Yep.
This sucks.
Just stay it right behind. You can hear fighting and Buford yelling and smashing and shrieking, but you can't see anything.
Such as that.
Such is life. Is there like a way I can, I don't know, try to crush the totem head or something? Like I need to do some kind of
You can
damage
just
to
start
it.
hitting it with your rapier.
Yeah, I might as well.
Please
I'm just
try
gonna
to
I'm just gonna
destroy
drop the
it.
bow, draw the
Style.
rapier, and just try and just start stabbing this
Okay,
stupid
and
thing.
You just. Oh, it actually does have an AC. You do have to hit it. You have to get solid hits.
I also have to pass concealment.
You have to
so.
pass concealment and whack it.
All right, so concealment first
Thing is
attack.
sentient and shielded.
So interact. Okay.
Hey, Blinken.
So pass.
Okay.
Hold the reins, man. And that is a 28 armor class.
20 it'll hit.
Give me one of these back.
So you can't crit it because object. What's the most damage you could do?
The most damage I can do to it if I roll max is 14.
So as you hit it with this first strike, you can tell as your rapier just kind of is shunted off by this enchanted wood. There's no chance you're gonna do any damage to his rapier. And so
Can someone help? And just sheath.
And this creature now, as it gets battered by you, flaps back a little bit, swells up, and blows another massive gout of fire
Oh, I had
across
forgotten about that.
you and
Sorry.
Buford.
You take that mental damage.
He is going to take the mental damage, but he's also going to give you some hotness. I
He
need some
is.
reflex saves from the two of you.
Do I have a penalty to this?
No.
I hear the. I'm like, oh, I know it's coming.
I
Wait.
know what he's doing.
Isn't flat-footed a penalty to
That's
your
what I'm looking.
reflex?
That's just armor class.
Huh.
18.
I didn't roll well. That's a 17.
Okay, so both of you are going to fail, but neither of you is going to critically fail. So you
And
have
don't
that
forget
going
you
for
have
you.
5 fire resistance.
I think you get that to.
You gave that to
You
me.
get that to
Ah,
Esphus.
that's right. I
Yeah,
did
yeah,
give
I
it
was
to
like,
you.
yeah.
No, can't give it to you. Don't like you.
Peas? Peas and carrots?
Give it to someone.
So you both take 32 fire damage.
I will take 29.
And it is going to take some mental damage. As it kind of tweaks a bit from not moving. Very agitated. Very agitated.
What? Oh, it needs to take damage? Okay.
Yes.
I need... I don't keep these stupid things around. There they are. Thank you.
That'll be rare.
It's gonna take 12 damage.
Ooh, okay.
Hot.
Well, I'm gonna walk my happy little self on over here onto not overgrown territory,
Okay.
which is 1 movement. And then, from there, seeing that gout of flame wash over the sort of freshly healed Dalrin, not really doing too well still, I'm gonna do the exact same thing and blow a normal heal. 2-action
Continue
heal.
living.
Not quite as good, but still
Good.
42.
I'll take it, yeah. Goes to. I'm up to 60. Thanks. Thank you. I need more d6s.
Oh, buddy. Still
We have
blind.
plenty
Oh, you're not
of
blind. You got
D6s.
you got-
I know what you
I'm
want
good,
from
I'm
me.
good. Okay, I'm gonna go smack him. Poorly. I'm gonna smack him poorly. I'm gonna smack him again. So that was a 3 on
Here.
the dice.
Ah, yeah, okay. Probably not hitting on the 3 on the dice.
Okay, that was a 8 on the dice, so
Okay,
technically
so that's
the
the
same
same as
roll.
the first 3 originally.
Then I guess I will raise my shield.
Not
You
horrible.
just
Just
taking some swipes. Taking some swipes. Dalren.
Dalrin, being a little frustrated with the fact that he's kind of having a hard time seeing where this guy is, he's just going to channel the lightning up and just blast a bolt of lightning out through that square where I remember he
into
was.
the tree behind him. He's going to make a reflex save. He's going to get a 17, actually.
That's a fail, so he'll take full damage. So that's going to be...
He breathed on you? No, you breathe on him.
15, 20 lightning damage just from that. And Dragon's Rage Breath does not have the attack trait.
No, it does not. He
So-
can do the same thing if he had enough attacks.
So I'm going to third action. I'm going to take that geese arm and just try to spear him again.
Give me that concealment.
Dang it.
No, it's a 9.
Resume. He's at this point, after that massive lightning blast, he blows fire on Dalrin and Dalrin blows lightning back. He is starting to look a little crispy. He's looking a little burnt. He's fairly injured now, and he's finally starting to show it. 117 damage in. He's starting to look a bit wounded.
Resme can only do so much from as far away as she is, so she's just gonna do what she knows best, and she's gonna drop a triple magic missile on him.
Please stop.
Please stop. Please stop hurting my friends.
All right, and then while you roll out damage, Esphus,
All that thing you're
You're,
doing, that breathing, I need you
your
to
cries
stop.
for help are you hear incantations and spells from right behind you, but you are still completely blind.
I'm just gonna sit down. Esphus just gonna willingly just sit down,
Like-
cross his arms with his thieves' tools in his hand, just like, thanks everyone,
Like,
thanks
hey,
a lot.
He can take
Come
15
towards my
damage.
voice!
No.
And then the crazy thing is next to you.
Yay.
He's just gonna pout.
End of turn.
All right, so at this
pouting.
point,
I'm gonna sit and 2-action pout.
That's very powerful.
now severely injured as these missiles crash into him, he turns around and flies over, hissing out in Draconic, "Your magic is nothing! The hawk consume you!" And opens his mouth to come flying straight at you like he done before. And then kind of stops a second and closes it again. "No, I consume you!" And then just flies forward again with his mouth open. And he's going to get a 32 to mount you.
He crits.
He's gonna bite the little cleric in the background for 44 plus 12 fire. So for 56 damage.
Oh my god.
There's this thing that's a little bigger than you, flies into you and just bites down with just crunching right through whatever he bites into, almost with no resistance. This thing's strength is unfathomable given its tiny body. The totem is still knocked over. And Rur, it's your turn.
Are you okay?
I'm not down.
Okay, I'm not dead.
All right. Well, I think
Just mostly then.
I'm going to Divine Lance him directly in his face.
I like it.
No, better idea. Give me a will save.
What are you casting?
Command.
Okay. Command, please stop.
Leave.
Go away.
Go back over in front of him and sit down.
He is going to get a 34.
He critically succeeds.
He's very angry.
And then I'm going to battle medicine myself.
Okay. Just pull out something and please
Yeah,
stop
we just
killing me.
normal failed, right?
Yeah, we normal
You
failed.
normal failed. This is
I'm going for
like,
expert.
this is a hell of a try.
Man.
It's okay. You're almost near the end of it.
Critically succeed on the battle medicine.
You're pretty close. You've only got about 596 more rounds of blindness.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. Great.
Good.
Great.
5. Oh yeah, I have to roll 2 more. 7. 17. 27. All right. Brought myself
You
up.
and your stupid vision. Get other senses, nerd.
I better.
to
Thanks. I think it's
31.
595 at this point.
And that is
We better
that.
keep a careful track.
All right. So as heals himself in the face of this thing, channeling the peak
I
essence of
don't
the
need
god of
magic
healing.
to heal
I
this.
can bandage this faster than you can eat. Buddy, you see this thing rocket off towards Rur and rip into him.
And I will-
Or Esmus, you probably hear the screaming behind you.
That sounds painful.
I'm gonna sprint over as much as I
Maybe
can,
2 actions to get to him.
and then I'm gonna. I actually want to get next to Rur. I want to get next to Rur.
That's 10,
So that might
15,
be.
25. You can do it in 2 actions again next
Oh, okay. And then I'm gonna raise my shield.
Okay, bring up to him. Throw your shield up. Dalra, and you hear everyone flee away from you.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna let you get away that easily. Is he really loud? Can I maybe follow
loud.
the
He's
loudness?
screaming, Rur is screaming, Buddy's clanking and probably screaming. You can definitely hear it. So 10,
Yeah. So yeah, I have to go around the totem, right?
30,
10. I'll go diagonal.
okay, 30,
30, and then,
And then 40.
40.
and then you can tell you're probably right next to him from there.
I'm probably right next to him. Okay. The lightning breath works really well. Rur's totally there. I don't know
you
if I
can't see
know
him.
he's there.
You know I'm
You
in
hear
the
a lot
area.
of screaming vaguely that direction from Rur and Buddy and the demon Sharuka dragon.
Okay. All right, I'll just try to hit him, I guess.
Wait, can I say just a quick thing?
Yeah.
Blast him again!
Oh, Rur says black. He must be in a safe location.
Okay. You can use that 2 turns in a row.
I can use it as often as I want to, but if I've used it at all in the last minute, it only does half damage.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So, yeah. Reflex
Alright, so
saves.
reflex save for Rur and the Chiruka dragon.
DC 22.
Oh, I fail. That's fine.
Sorry.
He also fails.
Well, he's gonna get 10 lightning damage. Blast, both of you. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
And there's this little kind of half effort. You can all see much less power rippling forth from this blast. Rips.
It only goes
through
half range, too.
Jax. This blast does seem to be enough to finally send him spiraling out of the air
See, what you couldn't see is he looks very hurt.
and down to the ground. He looked very hurt. And that smashing into him, we'll call that the straw that broke the camel's back there.
Oh my god.
And Jax finally drops.
I hate these things. Why can't we just go back to Akravel in peace? When we want to find them, we can't find them to save our lives. When we don't want to find them, they pop up
There's
like...
literally every 2 actions there's a totem. You optimized how many things you could run into on your way back to Akravel.
I'd like to see now.
I don't hear any more bad grammar in Draconic, so I think he's down.
You got him.
Yeah, we got him.
Excellent.
I can't cure that blindness, though. It's
So-
going to be around at least until tomorrow.
Oh. Are you serious?
I can only get buddies.
And as
Why do I even have the monocle on?
As the sounds of battle do finally fall quiet around you,
It's difficult
you
to
wait,
see.
and a few minutes pass. Yeah, you see you've no signs of your sight returning. Espa still just sat on the ground, grumpy near the totem.
A day?
Dalrin.
And there's no telling, but it will for sure be until I can at least prepare a spell again. But I can cure both of you.
I suppose we'll have to camp here then.
Guys,
Doing-
we can totally give a spitball at them and they won't know it's us.
I can hear you.
This is blindness, not deafness.
Yes.
Resme, you have thieves' tools, right?
Yeah?
Would you please mar the runes?
Nope.
Why not?
Because I can't. I'm not good enough. We've gone over this.
No, we really.
It's just face down in the brush. It can't see us. It's fine. Darn will feel his way back over to where the totem is and just sit on it.
Make sure no one else goes by and picks it up. As we end here, P. Fred 0, a hero, points at Esvis. He looks like he needs it.
Thank you, P. Fred Zero.
And we end today's adventure, well, having survived a battle, but with half the party blind, though they may not know at the very moment, for the next hour on a failed save. It's going to be a minute
my God.
until that sight comes back to you. And despite Resme's best efforts, if she may even try, she just does not know enough. She's not skilled enough at thievery to
No.
mess up these runes.
There's no
She
way.
just
I'm mostly gonna do stuff like this, where like I kind of do something at their ear and they have no clue what it
Just
was,
get a
and they think
little
it's a
like
fly. And they,
stick and poke them in the air from far away.
Exactly.
Geese arm.
I'll get that bug.
with
Start
that-
breathing lightning in
Lightning.
random directions.
With that, chat, we're gonna end today's adventure through the Bloggy Expanse, having had a journey that happened. But having certainly become all the stronger for it, is when your vision does finally return and you're able to rest. You are all level 7.
Yep.
So take this level, become stronger,
and learn to fly again.
and we'll make it to Akravel next week. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. Thank you for being here. Ruur's incredibly excited about his level
I get a
up.
reaction spell.
Yay!
Yay!
Reactions. Good night, everyone. We'll see y'all next week.